Hello.
What about when you have been doing grandchildren? And
Good morning. I'm Eric Blank, and this is the Commissioners' weekly meeting for January 14th, 2026. In terms of the agenda today, I thought we'd approve the consent agenda, go to public comment. I'm told we have at least 8 people signed up, maybe more, and we'll start with the electeds and elected officials. And if people could try and keep their comments to 3 minutes or so, that'd be great so everybody can be heard. After that, I'm going to propose we go through the items in order of the agenda with one exception, which is the Black Hills Clean Heat Plan 23A-0633G. I'm going to suggest we take that up last. And I don't really know, but I think this could be a long meeting. Last time we had one of these that went 4 or 5 hours, we skipped lunch. I got hungry, tired, and grumpy, and I'm not going to do that again. So I'm proposing a hard stop for lunch, maybe a little before 11:30 to 12:15. And I know we have two high-profile items on the agenda that may have a lot of public interest. So that'll hopefully give people some idea of the schedule for the day. So with that, does that work for you, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, that works for me. And just for the record, I would vote to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Oh,
just trying to get the schedule, but
oh,
so we'll vote in a second. Commissioner Gilman, are you all right on the schedule?
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Gilman, with that, are you prepared to vote for the consent agenda as presented?
Yes.
As am I. All right, let's shift to public comment. I'm going to start with elected officials. Ms. Emma Pinter from Adams County, are you out there? How about John Clark from Ridgeway? I do see you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and attention. As you said, I'm John Clark, Mayor of Ridgeway. About this time last year, I wrote an article for the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel about the incredible progress that Tri-State Generation and Transmission was making on clean energy. Tri-State serves Ridgeway's utility cooperative, the San Miguel Power Association, of which I am also an owner member. Tri-State's efforts to move off of coal and develop renewable energy have launched it to the forefront of electric utilities in the United States. It should reach 70% renewable energy production by 2030. I say should because recently the federal government decided to step in well past the 11th hour in the process. Their heavy-handed order to Tri-State to keep the Craig Unit 1 coal plant open flies in the face of Colorado law, Tri-State's bottom line, and what people in Craig and Moffat County want. First, obviously, Colorado state law requires Craig 1 to close down at the end of 2025. Tri-State itself has seen how unprofitable coal power has become, and they are ready for the plant to close. There's no plan for how to pay for the continued operation of the plant, including finding funding to repair a mechanical issue that shut down the plant on December 19th. And a study by Data for Progress completed last year showed that people in Craig and Moffat County are ready for the local coal plants to close. They're tired of their air being polluted, and they see the obvious effects of climate change all around them. Just look at this year's record warm and dry winter, for example. But people are going to have to pay for this boondoggle. People in Ridgeway and other areas served by Tri-State will pay on our electricity bills, costs which should have been relieved by the retirement of the redundant, expensive Craig unit. People in Craig and across Colorado will pay through degraded air quality, and Tri-State will pay by having to keep a broken, outdated plant open and operating. Until the legal challenges to this federal overreach are concluded, I'm asking this commission to do whatever you can to prevent further extensions to coal plant operations in Colorado. Coal has been dying out across the United States for good reason. It puts us all at risk with climate pollution. It is much more expensive than new technologies like wind, solar, and even geothermal. As you well know, the generation capacity to replace the coal plants slated for closure is already in place, and Colorado's climate goals remain the same. This commission must stand up to misguided efforts of federal regulators with outdated ideas of the coal-powered past. Please do the right thing and lead us into a clean energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next one on my list is Mr. Sean McKenzie, Broomfield City Council.
Hey, thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to chat today. I'm Sean McKenzie at City County of Broomfield. I'm here today on behalf of a community that's clear-eyed about the challenges that we face. A community that understands that decisions that are made in these rooms, virtual or not, have real tangible consequences for our families, right? So we closed out 2025 with a sobering reminder that our safety margins are thinning. While our neighbors in Boulder County navigated the disruption of power shutoffs, we in Broomfield were reminded of the high stakes just the other week on January 5th when a grass fire broke out in our backyard. And that fire was contained quickly thanks to the incredible work of the emergency management team. But for a community that still carries the memory of the Marshall Fire, logic doesn't always quiet the heart. And so when the smoke rises and the winds pick up in the dead of winter, it creates a fog of anxiety. It reminds us that the conditions that were once reserved for July are now visiting us in January. The reality we have to face is that these seasonal threats are no longer staying in their season. Local governments are really at the fore to manage these shifting risks. And we know that we can't just treat the symptoms of a changing climate, but we have to address the underlying cause. The dangers and costs for Colorado will only grow the longer that we delay, and we're no longer waiting for the day when climate change impacts our communities. That day is already here for many days. And that's why the work of this commission is so vital. You're not just administrators of a grid, but sort of the vanguard of climate action. And it's a bit concerning to see the reports of our state sliding back towards the energy of the past. December 2025 was meant to be a milestone, moment where we retired aging coal plants and embraced the future. Whether these delays stem from federal orders or planning hurdles, the fundamental truth remains we can't move forward by looking backwards. Coal plants contribute to the very instability that worries our families and strains our resources, so it's time to move on. So I'm asking the commission to hold the line, uphold the policies we've worked so hard to put in place, our missions, goals, our economy, and the peace of mind that every Coloradan depends on, a sector-wide commitment to clean energy. So let's choose the future and lead the way. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm glad your fire was contained so quickly. Really scary. Ms. Hannah Berman, Basalt Council Member. There you are.
Hi, thank you so much for your time this morning. I'm Hannah Berman, and I was elected to Basalt Town Council. I ran at age 27 because I felt like I didn't have time to wait, given the urgency of climate change, and I knew it was a top issue for many of my friends, many young people in my town, and also our economy. I'm also the sustainability director for Aspen One, known as Aspen Skiing Company, and we have about 4,500 employees across Colorado that I'm testifying on behalf of. I was talking to a local fifth grader the other day who was beaming with pride because he told me he had skied one more day than his dad this year. Yeah, Marcel is growing up in a town that has lost 31 days of winter since 1980 due to climate change. And I think you can imagine how Marcel feels about each and every one of those days. But you can also imagine the impacts climate change is having to our local economy, which is deeply anchored to outdoor recreation. It's no surprise this is not a great snow year, and we see those economic damages impacting our service industry, the amount of terrain we can open, and it's a massive economic and business issue in our area. So because of that, to us, climate change is a business issue and it's an existential threat to our economy. And so on behalf of the town of Basalt and Aspen One, I'd encourage the commissioners to take any and all action they can to ensure that Colorado continues to transition off of coal power as mandated by Colorado law. I mean, recent federal actions, including the EPA rejection of Colorado's updated Haze Plan and the DOE's orders to keep coal plants open, are aiming to prevent Colorado's long-planned transition off of coal power. Also, as a business, we have carbon reduction goals, and we are very reliant not only on the efficiency efforts that we are spending lots of money on, but on where our power supply comes from. So the more that the PUC can support the transition away from coal, the better we can be as a business. We have invested millions of dollars in a methane to electricity plant, efficiency efforts, and electrification of our new hotels and new buildings. But it takes two for that, and we deeply encourage the PUC to be able to help with this transition away from coal. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Mr. Steve Smith, Glenwood Springs Council Member.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Smith, and I live in Glenwood Springs, where our city government has had a climate action plan in place for 17 years. 2 years ago, the city updated and greatly strengthened that plan, which guides every aspect of municipal facilities, services, and activities in the context of reducing climate damaging emissions, and by deliberately improving energy and operational efficiencies. We will reduce greenhouse emissions from municipal operations 60% by 2035. These guiding plans have been anchored over the past 7 years in a municipal electric utility that provides 100% of local electricity from renewable sources. A notable portion of that generation comes from local rooftop and backyard solar generation based on municipal incentives. The larger bulk comes from regional generators, primarily commercial wind farms. Our deliberate commitment to renewable energy is why we are speaking to you today. As Glenwood Springs continues to rely on renewable energy sources, and as other Colorado communities emulate our model of efficiency and sustainable sourcing, we will rely on the Public Utilities Commission's actions to support, promote, require all new electric generation come from renewable sources, wind, solar, and selectively placed hydropower. With our water supplies dangerously curtailed by climate-induced drought, our forests and homes threatened by wildfires increasing in frequency and intensity, our ski areas so essential to state and local economies struggling, we must redouble our collective commitment to reliable sources of climate-friendly energy generation and to expanded efficiencies in that generation and in end uses. It is painfully clear that the federal government currently has not only abandoned climate-sensitive policies and fuel choices, but that it is actively seeking to destroy a durable climate and to return to the damaging fuel sources that got us into this pickle in the first place. Thus, the task of protecting our climate and the natural services it provides to people now falls to state and local governments. The Public Utilities Commission is our most important leader in this regard. We rely on you to select and implement energy generation that supports the state's climate goals and that affirms climate repair and durability as your guiding principle, with the costs and profits of utility companies secondary to that. We also rely on you to promptly and systematically remove climate-damaging fossil fuel-based generating stations from our state's inventory. Thank you very much for your thoughtful leadership in all of this, and thank you for offering this opportunity to comment on your essential work.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for joining us. Ms. Pinter from Adams County, you're up.
Hi, thank you so much. And I deeply apologize for my technical issues that had me be late. So thank you so much for taking me. All right. So hi, as mentioned, I'm Emma Pinter. I'm an Adams County Commissioner. And I'm also the president of Colorado Communities for Climate Action. We're a coalition of 47 local governments that have come together to advocate for strong climate policy here in Colorado, collectively represent 1/3 of Colorado's population. Our members are largely served by IOUs like Excel, rural co-ops, and municipal utilities. And while we realize you do not regulate all of these entities, our members' requests of this commission are clear. Climate change is here. It is causing damages to our systems as well as to our residents, and we have to take actions to support climate mitigation and resilience. CC4CA, we want to commend you on this commission for pushing Colorado utilities, including Excel, to engage in wildfire mitigation efforts like clearing vegetation around power lines, burying electrical wires. We also want to thank you for opening an M docket on the recent Excel preemptive power shutoffs, which have impacted many of our members and our residents. Dry, warm winter conditions like we're experiencing today are not going anywhere. They will get worse as the climate continues heating, and wildfire mitigation is a necessary safety protocol, but it's painstakingly slow and expensive. We can't address all the deferred maintenance and mitigation needed overnight. Power shutoffs during periods of high winds are causing real economic and social impacts, but the concerns over potential fire in the absence of shutoffs are legitimate as utilities are catching up on their wildfire mitigation, and so are residents. Without intervention, small fires during high wind days could easily escalate, like the devastating 2021 Marshall Fire that we're all aware of. We've all done so much work since this tragedy occurred, and many of our CC4CA constituents appreciate the efforts of this commission and your efforts to create early warning systems for wind-related power outages to keep that fire danger low. We also appreciate the consideration of how these impacts were experienced by local residents, local governments, businesses, institutions, and how we can address these impacts in the future. While protecting the public from the downstream impacts of climate change is clearly important, and we all take it seriously, we cannot let up on addressing upstream contributors to climate change and their impacts. Colorado's utilities must continue to accelerate the clean energy transition to safer, cleaner power. Instead, our state, we are hearing about 3 coal power plants being extended or being asked to be extended. And we appreciate and are deeply concerned about affordability. We feel it, our residents feel it, but those values for affordability cannot be co-opted by entities that are antagonistic to clean and safe energy transition and progress. We need to uphold Colorado's statutory goals, our directives, and now is not the time to backslide. In Colorado, our climate emission goals still stand and must be achieved. This commission needs to work to ensure that we meet all of our climate goals in spite of any federal efforts to the contrary. Thank you for your work, and please, on behalf of our residents, on behalf of the members of CC4CA, keep true to our statutory requirements and our climate goals.
Thank you, and sounds like we may be seeing you again. So welcome to the process. I'm just gonna go down, whoever turns on their camera or raises their hand, starting with you, Ms. Morley, and then going to Mr. Wells. Ms. Morley? There you go.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Blank and members of the commission. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. I'm speaking to you from Moffat County in Colorado's Great Northwest. I spent over 30 years in the electric power industry. Surprise. Throughout my career, I was directly involved in planning, operating, maintaining, and working on the financial end of the systems that keep electricity reliable, affordable, and safe. I'm here today to speak in support of natural gas as a critical component of our energy system. Electricity must be balanced in real time. The grid has to match supply and demand every second of every day. When that balance fails, the consequences are immediate. Outages, equipment damage, and risks to public health and safety. After decades in this industry, I can clearly say reliability is not optional. Natural gas has proven to be one of the most reliable and flexible tools grid operators have. Gas-fired plants can respond quickly to changing demand and provide essential backup when wind or solar output drops. That flexibility is used every day, especially during extreme weather, to keep the system stable. I've also seen firsthand how the shift from coal to natural gas drove significant reductions in carbon dioxide emissions in the power sector while maintaining reliability. This progress came from proven technology and sound engineering, not from ignoring operational realities. Affordability matters just as much. Energy costs affect everyone, but they fall hardest on seniors, working families, and people on fixed incomes. I personally see this in my own life. I live in a 105-year-old home that is heated with natural gas. Converting this home to an all-electric home would require major upgrades to wiring, panel capacity, insulation, and heating systems at a cost that is simply not affordable to many homeowners like me. For older housing stock across this country, forced electrification is not a simple or inexpensive option. This is not an argument against renewable energy. Wind, solar, efficiency, and storage all have important roles, and I support continued development of those resources. But based on 30 years in the electric industry and my experience as a homeowner, today's grid and housing stock cannot reliably or affordably operate without natural gas. Energy policy must be grounded in engineering and economic reality. Until large-scale, long-duration energy storage and affordable building retrofits are widely available, natural gas remains essential for reliability, resilience, and public safety. In closing, natural gas is not just a grid resource, it's a practical, affordable energy source for millions of households. As someone who's spent a career keeping the lights on and who lives with these realities at home, I urge you to ensure natural gas remains part of our energy future. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Wells.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, all of you folks. Thank you, first of all, for the service to your community. I'm going to echo some of the comments from John and Sean, Hannah and Steve and Emma out there. So thank you also for those folks taking the time out of your day to focus on these important issues. I really appreciate the effort and also appreciate the complexity of the matters at hand. Environmental matters affect the local air quality in addition to national and global air quality, as everybody knows. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the local air quality as part of this process, I think. I recently moved from the Central Valley, California, and I spent 30 years plus in the environmental arena there. And in the Central Valley, if you don't already know, it's a very hard non-attainment area, which means that the pollution concentrates affects the local community in very expensive ways. Asthma, cancers, large healthcare costs. So the community suffers very much from the local air quality and large healthcare costs, which I don't think are necessarily accounted for in many ways. So I think my having lived in the Central Valley, I know the health issues are there, and I think anyway that not only in Colorado is behind on their global greenhouse goals, but also behind on the national air quality attainment areas where there's not attainment for local air quality. So in your deliberations, please take in consideration how dirty, costly coal impacts the local air quality. And so I guess my question would be, what does our local Air Quality Control Commission modeling show? How does this affect the modeling, and how does this affect the planning for attainment in the Front Range?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not going to be providing answers today, but appreciate your comments. Mr. Frankowski.
Hi, thank you, Chairman Blank and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you for providing a platform for the public to address you on important energy matters. My name is Eric Frankowski. I'm the director of an organization called the Western Clean Energy Campaign. As much as I'd like to, I don't have the resources to intervene in utility proceedings, but I do follow many of the things you're overseeing closely and have submitted a number of comments and dockets for XL, Tri-State, and various rulemakings. I'm truly grateful for your service to Colorado and your ability to keep a massive caseload sorted out, and more importantly, for the genuine thought and consideration all of you bring to deliberations and decisions. Which brings me to why I'm addressing you today. Not on any specific issue, but rather on the sheer collective size and volume of issues being deliberated for XL Energy, and my general concern that the company is getting away with too many soon-to-be stranded fossil fuel investments that will drive rates up while fattening profits. The nature of each XL proceeding on its own is overwhelming. You have requests for significant rate increases, a gas infrastructure plan, expedited procurements in one ERP, bids going out in another, an upcoming large load tariff, and extending the life of the coal unit in Pueblo, all of those on your plate. It is truly overwhelming. These proceedings are remaking the energy landscape in Colorado, and they're driving up energy bills. And your leadership is needed now more than ever to ensure that what comes out of the sausage grinder is good for Colorado families and businesses above all else. That's no easy task when it comes to the biggest utility in the state throwing its weight and influence around. I won't mince my words. XL is acting like a bully monopoly and with deep, deep pockets. When it doesn't get its way before the commission, its army of lawyers file challenges to decisions they don't like and that threaten to eat into company profits, even if those decisions are good for customers and keeping bills from increasing. In the past 10 years, XL's profits have doubled, ballooning to 1.9 billion. In that same time frame, shareholder value is up 77% and dividends have doubled. In contrast, according to an analysis by the University of California, as of mid-2025, there were more than 27,000 households in Colorado that were behind on paying their utility bills, with an average overdue balance of $626. Meanwhile, in 2023, XL's CEO walked home with more than $21 million in pay, and his top five executives earned a combined $38 million. Let that sink in for a moment. While 27,000 Coloradans suffer financially because of soaring utility bills, five executives make enough to pay off all of their bills 2 times over. Coloradans have spoken out loud and clear that they want to move as quickly away from fossil fuels as possible. They want a future powered by cheaper clean energy, not the expensive company-owned coal and gas that is better for utility ROEs. Coal is by far the most polluting and most expensive resource for generating electricity in Colorado. As we have seen over the past several years, and especially this summer, it's also not all that reliable. The only explanation we have for coal continuing to be a part of our energy mix is that it's a gravy train for utilities like XL. Coal costs a lot to burn, and utilities make a lot off of doing it. The best way to protect consumers is to move to new, clean, affordable resources that can be relied on and that don't break down and take a year to repair. Please continue to doing the yeoman's work of insulating Colorado consumers from energy planning mistakes driven by corporate greed. Your leadership too often goes unnoticed. I'm commenting today to let you know that it is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Milliman.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for this opportunity to speak today. I am in Boulder County, and I have over about 40 years experience in the utility and telecommunications industry. I'm a degreed engineer with Master's of Science of Electrical Engineering, and also participated in Carnegie Mellon's School of Public Policy. And so I'd like to interject today some facts and reality, much like Ms. Morley did, into the conversation. As an engineer, I make my decisions based on facts and analysis. And my comments here will be based on that. It is unfortunate that there's more people in my profession that aren't involved in this process to provide you quality information to make sound decisions other than that given by politicians and political activists. So I'm speaking today as an engineer and just as a citizen here, as well as Boulder County that has experience with the Marshall Fire. I remember that day quite well because a mile north of me, I had the North Fork Fire approaching my home, which is the second time in the 20 years I've lived here that I've had fire at my doorstep. The Marshall Fire was not proven that Xcel had any contribution to that through any downed power lines. The sheriff's report indicated that, and it was very clear of that. The PSPSs that we've unfortunately experienced here, were, I feel, have been very punitive, placed by Xcel Energy and allowed by the PUC, that are overburdened and unnecessary. Based on my experience as being a substation engineer, dealing with protective relaying, the enhanced, I forgot what it's called, the enhanced power protection, where they basically turn off the recloser relays, is sufficient enough to mitigate any fire situations, of which most of the wildfires, over 80%, are not caused by any man-made sources. So I'd like to address now a little bit about global warming, a little bit, again, interjecting a little bit of math and practicality into the situation. There tends to be a lot of confusion between man-made global warming and global warming in general. And we need to separate the two. And a lot of comments here today have been based more on weather than on climate. The other thing is man-made global warming, if it does exist, any changes that we make here in Colorado by 2050 to our CO2 emissions can be wiped out within 7 days by Asia and natural situations here. So the question has to be a matter of priorities and costs, which gets back to the practicality of 100% electrification and elimination of cheap, clean, reliable natural gas as a potential energy source. The cost of doing that will be very burdensome to our economy, and we do not have the resources to do that and the abilities to do that. Natural gas is clean, cheap, inexpensive. I work with solid oxide fuel cells, which use natural gas and hydrogen to convert those sources into electricity. And our solid oxide fuel cells, when using natural gas or biofuels, eliminate hardly any CO2, so much that the California Air Resources Board does not require us to be permitted. So there are other sources and ways to create electricity and energy from natural gas that are safe and effective. And so I'm advocating for continuing to use natural gas in the heating of our homes and for cooking and other purposes, because it is affordable and will not place undue burden on our lower economically challenged part of the economy. Also, the benefits to Xcel, because they're currently based on rate of return regulation with renewables, are more because they cost more. And I think the last speaker commented on what he considers their excessive profits. And as long as we continue to regulate them based on rate of return regulations and use more expensive sources, they will continue to have increased profits. So I would like to recommend that we stay on the current path using clean, efficient natural gas. And as the furnaces and the appliances continue to be more cost effective, the emissions less, and there are new technologies for electricity generation that can utilize natural gas that are actually cleaner and better for our environment, as well as cost effective, not requiring costly government subsidies like these other unreliable sources. And thank you for allowing me to speak in the time today.
Thank you, sir. Is Mr. Corey Gaines out there?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm speaking from a very dumb flip phone, which I can't see anything. My name is Corey Gaines. I'm a resident of Logan County. I'm also a captive customer of Xcel Energy for both natural gas and electric service. You guys are going to hear all kinds of stuff about power shutoffs and natural gas. I'm not going to take up my time treading that ground. I wanted to mention something to you and to everyone else listening. Decisions such as these, public safety power shutoffs, cutting off natural gas, intruding into the lives and homes of millions of Coloradans, are being made by 3 political appointees of our current governor. I didn't get to vote for a single one of you, and I can't vote you out of office if I disagree with what you're doing. The only time I'm aware of your being in person and outside the Front Range, and not virtual, in an official capacity was a recent hearing where you were required to do so by law. My understanding, you don't make a practice of going to various regions in the state where the entities you regulate operate or where the people you decide for live. None of you in any way represent the diversity of thought and experience that our state is home to. Rather, you've all been handpicked to have the viewpoint of those that ally politically with our governor. I want to also note that the same holds for the people that are supposed to speak for us, the ratepayers. Kind of like the woman said about it being turtles all the way down, with regard to the PUC and the consumer advocate, it's polis appointees all the way down. This is not how the framers intended our government to run, that I and so many others should be voiceless with no recourse to correct our government. I want you to remember that the next time you hear about threats to democracy, you should be looking in a mirror, because while you're not necessarily a violent threat, you are a threat to the democracy in the sense that our voices cannot be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jamie Geisen.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak today and for hearing our comments. My comments today is that coal is an old technology that the federal government has thrown all of their weight behind. This dying industry, and this is a dying industry, and as anyone is watching the news, you can see that the big guys in the room with the money aren't buying it. And they aren't putting their money into investing in more technology for this. And every dollar and every minute that Colorado devotes to extending the coal industry is time and money that everyday citizens and workers will have to pick up the slack later on. I also want to state that natural gas is another name for methane, and it is not clean. We need to work towards a just transition for our workers, and we need to take an honest look at climate change. Extending the coal industry and methane is irresponsible, and making a clean and just transition is what our state needs, and not extending those industries. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak before we jump to our agenda? All right, proceeding number 26A-0033CP-ETA, Mr. Gremlick.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
It's okay, because I'm having connectivity issues or something here.
No worries. You're good.
I'm on the phone. Anyway, this item is an emergency temporary authority application as submitted by Emerald Express Transportation to operate as a common carrier. The authority requested is shuttle service between points in Steamboat Springs and the Yampa Valley Regional Airport, and between Craig and the Yampa Valley Regional Airport. It was filed on January 5th by statute 40-10.1-204. The Commission can grant temporary authority if there appears to be an immediate urgent need for a period of 30 days without public notice. And Rule 6204 states that the applicant has to include statements of facts establishing the basis and nature of the emergency need for the proposed service. In this case, the owner of Emerald Express Transportation does state that that he believes there is a need for additional transportation to and from the airport due to the ski season, and also the fact that one of the existing certificate holders that could serve the airport, which is Alpine Taxi and Limo, is currently undergoing some contractual issues with the airport and can't currently provide service to and from the Yampa Valley Airport. A letter of support was also submitted by Sarah Leonard, the CEO of the Steamboat Springs Chamber of Commerce, and also mentions as the ski season approaches, because this letter was written December 17th, that there will be a need for more transportation, and it's a very essential part of the economy in the Steamboat Springs area. Just for information, for the common carriers that can provide service in Routt County are All Around Taxi that operates from Craig. They're based in Craig and can serve from Moffat County to and from Routt County. Alpine Taxi and Limo, the carrier that's having the issues with the airport, and provide shuttle service between all points in Routt County, and of course to Yampa Valley Airport from Steamboat and from Craig. Ski Town is the other carrier that was granted authority in July of 2023 and can provide service between the airport and Steamboat Springs, and also to and from Craig in Moffat County. It's been a very active transportation scene in the Steamboat Springs area recently. Emerald Express Transportation filed a permanent application on May 14th of this year to provide the same transportation that's requested in the ETA, and Alpine Taxi and Ski Town did intervene on that application. A hearing was held in Steamboat on December 2nd, and that it was completed, but the administrative law judge hasn't issued the decision granting or denying that application. Another carrier, Yampa Valley Transportation, filed to provide taxi, shuttle, and charter service between all points within a 30-mile radius of the airport. On June 6th, Ski Town did file an intervention to that application, and a hearing was scheduled for December 9th, but before the hearing, Yampa Valley withdrew its application, and the most recent one is Steamboat Shuttle, which filed an application on October 28th to provide shuttle and charter service between all points in Routt County. No interventions were filed to the Steamboat Shuttle service application, and it was granted on December 19th, but the compliance requirements haven't been completed at this time. The certificate has not been issued. I did just learn this morning that Ski Town Transportation also filed an intervention to this ETA application of Emerald Express. I've really not had a chance to read much of it at this time. So there have been several carriers who've tried to get authority in the area and haven't been successful, and there still is one active, one is in a contractual dispute with the airport, and another one is pending. But for an ETA application, the applicant has to show there is an immediate and urgent need, and no carrier providing sufficient service to the public. And as information, as you well know, this ski season isn't progressing that well so far, I guess, just from the lack of snow, so it may not be as busy as they normally would be at this time of the year. The statements provided by Emerald Express and the Chamber may appear to show a need for additional service, but I don't believe they meet the standard of showing the immediate and urgent need as required by the statute. And I have a recommendation, unless you have or want any more information.
I feel like you might have gave us your recommendation already, but go ahead.
Well, yes, it's not a secret, I guess, but yes, the recommendation would be to deny the Emergency Temporary Authority application at this time. If they want to file a TA application, they can do that. Temporary Authority.
I think we're so short on transportation services. I struggle with this, but wouldn't oppose the recommendation. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree with the recommendation. I'd encourage them to file for temporary authority.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree.
And that can be a 3-0 ABC decision, Mr. Gramlich. So thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Proceeding number 23M-0217R, 3-year safety oversight audit and investigation of RTD. Ms. Terry.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah. Good morning, Commissioners. This is Cindy Rose Terry, State Safety Oversight Engineer with the Rail and Transit Safety Section. Today, I will present the safety event report for the third quarter of 2025, summarizing 9 safety events involving RTD light rail. Between July and September, there were 4 evacuations in which the passengers self-deboarded onto the train tracks. All evacuations occurred while the train were stationary and took place in different corridors. 2 reportable safety events occurred at grade crossings. Neither involved substantial property damage, serious injury, or fatality. Both events took place in the central corridor. 3 derailments occurred during the quarter, one in the southeast corridor and 2 in the I-225 corridor. All 3 involved derailments of RTD's high rail trucks. No serious injuries or fatalities were associated in any of those 9 reported safety events. Unless there's any question, I will proceed with my recommendations.
That'd be great.
Staff recommends that the Commission formally adopt the investigation reports submitted by the Regional Transportation District Light Rail.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Goman.
I also agree.
As do I. Ms. Saba, where do you have more? Ms. Terry.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. I will also be discussing the next agenda item, the third quarter 2025 hazard report, which identifies 79 hazards related to RTD light rail. These hazards include 31 grade crossing warning system malfunctions, 36 near miss events, and 12 red signals violations referred to as the RSVs. A corrective action plan referred to as CAP is required to all RSVs. A staff review confirms that all hazard reports and CAPs were completed in accordance with Rule 7350. Since this report is for informational purposes only, no action is required from the Commission.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Saba.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Jessica Saba with the Rail Transit Safety Section. On January 6, 2026, staff submitted the quarterly summary report for the corrective action plans, which we refer to as CAPs, that resulted from accident investigations, audits, or hazard analyses on the RTD light rail and transit controlled property that occurred from July 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2025. Staff's report summarizes 6 new CAPs for Commission approval to monitor to closure. The report includes a total of 29 CAPs that are still open. The 4 new CAPs that happened during the third quarter were 1 resulting from a non-compliance finding during the spring audit 5, which is from vital relay testing and inspection frequencies being inconsistent. And during the same audit. A second one was found on expired calibration tools. And they were sent out, those tools were sent out past their expiration date. The third cap, and actually, excuse me, there was 6 new caps. I think I said there was 4. The third cap was a result from an assessment performed from a cap from last year on 12/29/2024. It was from a reportable accident that identified a lack of language and training around trespassers and debris in the right-of-way. Though there was an overall reduction in trespasser events, both in numbers of near misses and injuries. The fourth cap was from 8/7/2025, resulted from a reportable event. And just to be clear, event and accident are interchangeable. It's the same thing. There were some real changes around that last year. But when a train lost power on the main line and passengers evacuated on the main line. The fifth cap was from 8/23/2025, resulted from a reportable event where a high-road vehicle derailed at a slow speed on a curve. The last one was from 8/25/2025, resulted from a reportable event when a Florida pullback operator, Florida being the Florida station on the R line, reported a passenger deboarding the train into the train tracks and walked into the station. So one of the self-evacuations Ms. Terry referred to. During the third quarter, no caps were verified for closure. If you have any questions or don't, I can move to the recommendations.
Yeah, if you can jump to your recommendation, that'd be great.
Staff recommends that the commission approve and the monitoring of caps, the 6 new caps. Cap 1, 8/12/2025, Cap 2, 8/12/2025, Cap 2, 12/2029, 2024, Cap 1, 08/07/2025, Cap 1, 8/23/2025, and Cap 1, 8/2025.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I. And to the extent you need a written decision, it can be ABC.
All
So
right, thank you.
Thanks to you both. Proceeding 25M-0511T, Mr. Branson, Auraria Higher Education Center.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My meeting has been freezing up on me this morning, so hopefully we don't have any problems, but if we do, please bear with me. On December 2nd, 2025, the Auraria Higher Education Center, filing on behalf of the Auraria Campus Police Department, filed a petition under Commission rules to provide 911 service on the campus. Currently, 911 service is provided by the City and County of Denver, although dialing 911 from the campus telephone system results in the call being routed to the 911 center operated by ACPD, currently bypassing the 911 network. Granting this petition would allow all 911 calls, including wireless and voice over internet protocol calls originating on campus, to be routed through the 911 network to the campus police department's 911 call center instead of the Denver 911 call center, along with the associated location information for each 911 call. On January 12th, 2026, trial staff filed a notice of intervention to request a hearing for this petition, asserting that several issues necessitate additional attention prior to the commission making a final decision regarding this petition. Specifically, trial staff wishes to explore 1, whether Auraria campus has the capacity to provide services that are equivalent to the services currently being provided by Denver 911, such as text to 911 service, emergency medical dispatch protocols, and foreign language translation for callers who do not speak English as their first language. 2, what plans Auraria has regarding the training of its personnel for taking 911 calls and whether Auraria intends to use outside services for training or provide training in-house. And 3, any other issues that may be worthy of consideration by the commission that may be brought up in the hearing. The petition meets all of the technical requirements set forth in commission rules, including the requirement for letters of support from relevant agencies, notably including Denver 911. If granted, this petition would make Auraria campus to be the 3rd university campus in Colorado with its own 911 call center, joining the University of Colorado Boulder and Colorado State University. With that, I will pause for your questions or provide my recommendation.
Yeah, if you jump to your recommendation, that'd be great.
Due to the timely filing of trial staff intervention and the important public safety issues presented within that intervention, advisory staff recommends that the commission adopt a decision referring this matter to an ALJ to address the notice of intervention and set the matter for hearing.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree.
As do I, and to the extent you don't want to do that by minute entry, it can be an ABC order. So thank you, Mr. Branson.
Thank you.
Proceeding number 21A-0625EG, Mr. Felder, Public Service Company 2022-2025 Renewable Energy Compliance Plan.
Yes, and apparently I'm upside down. I'm not sure why that is happening. I didn't know that could happen. My name's Corey Felder. I'm an advisor here at the commission on the advisory team. Good morning. With your permission,
I just want to say, Mr. Felder, I can totally sympathize with the feeling of being completely upside down.
You gotta say join the club.
Yeah, join the club.
I really did not know that was possible. I'm not sure how it's happening. So pardon me. I'll just stay camera off so we don't let my video match the feeling. With your permission, I'll present the next two items on the agenda, starting with the 2024 RES Compliance Report for Public Service Company of Colorado in 21A-0625EG, and then moving on to the 2024 RES Compliance Report for Black Hills in proceeding 22A-0230E. Starting with public service, in Decision C-22-0678 in this proceeding, the Commission modified and approved a comprehensive settlement agreement addressing Public Service Company of Colorado's 2022 to 2025 Renewable Energy Standard Plan. Pursuant to Electric Rule 3662, the company must file a report by June 1st of each year detailing compliance with the plan. The company filed its annual compliance report for 2024 on June 2nd, 2025. Following staff's request for more information and identification of certain inaccuracies in the report, however, the company submitted an unopposed joint motion with staff on November 13th, requesting that the commission allow it to file a revised report. Consistent with that request, the company filed its amended 2024 compliance report on November 21st, 2025. Separately, in the same November 13th joint motion, staff also requested a third extension to file its review of the compliance report until December 19th. The commission has already granted two motions to extend the review deadline, but has not yet ruled on the third extension motion. Consistent with its request, staff did refile its review on December 19th, 2025. Today, the commission has several decision points before it related to Public Services 2024 Annual Compliance Plan. First, whether the company complied with RES requirements during the most recent compliance year. Two, whether a hearing on 2024 compliance is necessary. And three, whether to approve the joint motion from staff and the company to permit the filing of the amended report and extend the deadline for staff to file its review. I plan now to offer a brief discussion of staff's finding before turning it over to you for discussion and a vote, or if you'd prefer, I can jump right to a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
Okay. Advisors agree with staff that public service has demonstrated compliance with the renewable energy standard requirements for 2024. We recommend the commission issue a decision stating that the company has satisfied the requirements outlined in Commission Rule 3663. We further recommend that the commission grant non-protunct staff and the company's joint motion seeking approval for the company to file the amended report and a third extension of time for filing of staff's review.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman?
I also agree.
As do I.
Thank you. I'm now moving on to Black Hills 2024 Renewable Energy Standard.
And just so you know, that can be an ABC order.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, keep going.
This next agenda item is proceeding 22A-0230E Black Hills 2024 Renewable Energy Annual Compliance Plan. In decision C-230193 in this proceeding, the commission approved Black Hills 2023 to 2026 RES plan. Pursuant to Electric Rules 3662, the company must file a report by June 1st each year detailing compliance with the plan. The company filed its annual compliance report for 2024 on June 2nd, 2025. Following a staff request for more information and identification of certain inaccuracies in the report, the company submitted an unopposed joint motion with staff on November 11th, requesting that the commission allow the company to file a revised report. Consistent with this request, Black Hills did file an amended report on November 7th, 2025. Separately, in that same November 11th joint motion, staff also requested a third extension to file its review of the compliance report until December 15th. The commission has already granted 2 motions to extend the review deadline, but has not yet ruled on the third extension motion. Staff filed its review on December 19th, 2025. In this case today, the commission has several decision points before it related to Black Hills 2024 annual compliance plan, whether the company complied with the res requirements during the most recent compliance year, whether a hearing on 2024 compliance is necessary, and whether to approve the joint motion from staff and the company to permit the filing of the amended report and extend the deadline for staff to file its review. Again, I can provide a brief discussion of staff's findings before turning it over to you, or skip right to the recommendation.
Yeah, if you can give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
Advisors agree with staff that Black Hills has demonstrated compliance with the res requirements for 2024. We recommend the commission issue a decision stating that the company has satisfied the requirements outlined in Commission Rule 3663. We further recommend that the commission grant non-protunct staff and the company's joint motion seeking approval for the company to file the amended report and a third extension of time for filing of staff's review.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman?
I also agree.
As would I, and that can be an ABC decision. So thank you, Mr. Felder, and hope you find your way to get back upright. We're gonna save the Black Hills Clean Heat Plan for last. So let's jump to 24A-0442E, Public Service Company JTS. Mr. Eden.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Michael Eden with your advisory team. Today, we'll be continuing the deliberations on the applications for rehearing, re-argument, or reconsideration, which we'll refer to as triple Rs, that parties filed regarding the Commission's Phase 1 decision in the Just Transition Solicitation, aka the JTS. We began deliberations last week. Today's Step 2 deliberations will hopefully cover all of the remaining topics. The first topic we'll present is the joint triple R that Public Service and the East Metro Area Business Coalition, or EMABC, filed proposing a TG window concept for new large load customers. Before I turn it to Mr. Mendelson to tee up the substance of this issue, I'll first pass it off to Mr. DeCenzo to address a legal matter.
Mr. DeCenzo.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mitchell DeCenzo of your Commission Council. As Mr. Eden mentioned, I will be briefly presenting a motion for leave to respond to triple R filed on December 15th, 2025 by trial staff, the Colorado Energy Consumers, WRA and SWEEP, the Conservation Coalition, and the Colorado Communities for Climate Action. For brief context, Public Service and the East Metro Area Business Coalition filed a joint application for triple R of the Commission's Phase 1 decision, wherein they discuss what they call the TG window approach, described as a time-limited capped opportunity for large transmission-connected customers to sign agreements without the fair notice provision, but with other protections for existing customers. They agree this approach is grounded in the existing record and necessary to avoid issues caused by the Phase 1 decision. In response, the aforementioned joint movements filed a motion for leave to respond pursuant to Commission Rule 1506B, alleging the triple R filings attempt to introduce facts not in evidence. The joint movements contend the TG window proposal is procedurally improper because it was introduced after the evidentiary record closed and argue it lacks analytical support and clarity. Ultimately, their position is that the proposal represents an attempt to introduce new evidence in policy without due process. Public Service and EMABC filed a response and opposed the motion, asserting the TG window proposal is not new evidence, but a policy concept based on the record testimony and the Commission's own decision. They maintain that granting the motion was unnecessary because the record already supports the proposal. And I could pause here for your discussion or proceed to offering a recommendation.
Yeah, if you can get to a recommendation, that'd be great.
While the movements reasonably contend the TG window proposal may attempt to introduce new elements into the record, the response from Public Service and EMABC demonstrate that the concept is rooted in the existing record. In this case, on balance, Council believes that granting the timely filed motion for leave to respond will provide the Commission with a more complete and robust record, and allowing the additional response will ensure that party concerns are considered and support the Commission's ability to make a fully informed determination on this issue. For these reasons, Council recommends the Commission grant the motion for leave to respond in this case.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman?
I agree.
As do I.
Thank you. And I'll turn it back over to advisors.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Mike Mendelson of your advisory team. Can you see me and hear me okay?
We can see and hear you. Okay. Thank you.
So I'll be walking you through the remaining large load and forecasting issues. As mentioned, Public Service and East Metro Area Business Council jointly submitted a RRR that focused on the fair notice concept and suggests an alternative proposal called the TG window. Public Service, EMABC, contend that the fair notice concept is unworkable as prospective or expanding customers are asked to contract with the company without knowing the terms of their agreement. Instead, those terms will be decided in the upcoming large load / clean transition tariff advice letter filing scheduled for the end of January. Public Service EMABCs also suggest the fair notice provision was based on a last-minute suggestion by CEC in its SOP without any argument of such by CEC's witness. So they suggest that the commercial principles create binding contractual commitments of many millions of dollars, and such commitments cannot be agreed to by customer counterparties without knowing the terms they are agreeing to. This could result in potentially foreclosing customer growth until after the completion of the upcoming tariff proceeding, which will only hurt Colorado's economic growth and competitiveness. As an alternative, Public Service EMABC proposed the TG window concept, whereby the company will be allowed to contract with transmission general customers by signing updated ESA and IA agreements until the large load tariff takes effect, capped at 500 megawatts. The joint submission explains the concept will create a time-limited window for TG customers to sign those documents with commercial principals at a minimum, but without the fair notice provision, and be included in the JTS base RFP load forecast. They suggest the 500 megawatt cap value based on projected peak demand through the end of 2031 has a sound basis in this evidentiary record, pointing to HE 141, a table that references 9 current and potential large customers. Primary general or PG customers comprising distribution voltage loads would have no cap under the TG window concept. Advisors note that HE 141 does not distinguish between TG and PG customers, and that last week the Commission voted to not distinguish between TG and PG customers when setting rules and protocols for whether the large load tariff applies or not. The Commission also clarified that the large load clean transition portions of the order are only relevant to new or incremental loads. PSCO EMABC explained that as part of the TG window concept, any unused portion of the 500 megawatt allotment not filled prior to the deadline would roll over for potential use in the incremental need pool, but no longer be available upon the effective date of the large load tariff. As introduced by Mr. DeCenso, several parties joined a joint motion to respond, and the Commission has now allowed that to go forward. These joint movements argue that there is no record support for the TG window proposal, and to allow new and expanding customers to bypass scrutiny and lock in their rate class in perpetuity, regardless of subsequent Commission findings. The joint movements also argue that the proposed TG window muddies the cost allocation waters, and that the TG window would improperly assign new large loads of the existing TG and PG rate classes indefinitely without any assessment of the complexities of cost design or cost causation principles. They also note that the 500 megawatt value for large loads on the transmission system is larger than the current total TG or PG rate classes, which were recently referenced as 455 and 574 megawatts respectively. Excuse me. Um, the joint movements further assert that 500 megawatt figure is arbitrary and unsupported in the record. The movements also complain that the TG window concept lacks necessary clarity with respect to PG customers and risks exempting all new and expanding customers slotted into the PG rate class, fair notice, commercial principles, and capacity cap requirements for the term of their required agreements, regardless of their actual loads or service characteristics. Public Service and EMABC respond that their Triple R does not introduce additional facts, but is simply the type of middle ground policy proposal commonly made in Triple R filings. They reason that each aspect of the TG window proposal was raised in the evidentiary phase, SOPs, and in the phase one decision. Advisors laid out several options for commission consideration, including rejecting the TG window outright, allowing for a large load window rather than a TG window. This option would group TG and PG customers into a single exemption, and advisors suggest it could be a far lower value of perhaps 100 to 150 megawatts that's allowed to pass through before completion of the large load clean transition tariffs. 3, apply the window concept to PG customers only, or 4, adopt the TG window as proposed by Public Service EMABC. I'll pause here for your discussion. You can answer any questions or provide a recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll go first. I probably wouldn't necessarily reject the TG window proposal on evidentiary or due process grounds. I understand the concern, but there's so much uncertainty right now, and this process is so slow that I support having these conversations on abbreviated time frames. So I don't oppose efforts to bring forward new concepts on an accelerated basis. At the same time, however, I think we're in the middle of a shift in the economics of new generation shown in the rebuttal phase of this case and also in the NTP, and that these costs changes and shifts aren't captured in current rates and class allocation approaches. As such, I agree with the joint movements that the company's TG window proposal assigns large new load to the existing TG and PG rate classes indefinitely without any real assessment of cost causation or rate class design principles. And the 500 megawatts of new large loads is about the same size as the current TG and PG rate classes, which further illustrates the potential adverse impact of getting this wrong. And also, I think if you look at the rebuttal cost of adding new capacity CTs, or certainly what we saw in the NTP as either the lower median cost of new capacity, which is what probably would be needed to serve inflexible load in Denver. I think those costs may be 2 or 3 times what we're seeing in rates is likely revenue. So given that there's no evidence of whether the revenues cover the costs, I just struggle to move forward with this proposal. So, Commissioner Plant, curious to hear where you are.
Yeah, I agree largely with what you laid out. I think there's just way too much risk to ratepayers with what they've proposed here without a great deal of evidence to support it. I am sympathetic to this issue of this interim period that we have between, the JTS, the establishment of the large load tariff, I could propose, one way of, that I would feel comfortable sort of addressing that interim period. I don't know how you guys would feel about it, but it seems to me that the 50 megawatts and above is more or less, sort of where we expect that large load tariff it could go somewhere else. It could be higher, it could be lower. We don't know. The proceeding, hasn't gone forward, but expect that it'd probably be somewhere around that line. And so I would be comfortable with saying, for the loads that are under 50 megawatts, they could, be grandfathered into a TGPG. Loads over 50 megawatt would have fair notice provision that they may be included into the large load tariff, and then put a cap on the number of or the amount of resources that could be or loads that could be approved under that at about 150 megawatts of incremental peak, which is what the wrap includes. For us. So, I mean, I would feel comfortable with that. Recognize it's not perfect. It's possible that the large load tariff may include requirements on loads under 50, but we just simply don't know at this point. So I would feel fine in the interim period, allowing for those to go forward as they would today.
One question and then a comment. Are you thinking that loads under 50 megawatts would sign 15-year contracts?
I'm not addressing the length of their contracts here. I'm just saying that they could fall under a TGPG tariff under the 50 megawatts. I think, we can make clear that those tariffs could change in the future as well. There's no guarantee that they're going to be locked into the existing tariff in those classifications. But I'm sympathetic to this idea that there's a lot of uncertainty as they're talking to these loads, that, to say we're going to negotiate something with you, and by the way, that might change, we just don't know. When they're below 50 megawatts, I think they're less likely to change. It's not ideal, but I feel like that, for the interim period, I'd feel comfortable with that.
Commissioner Gutman, anywhere you'd like to go?
Thanks, Chairman. I largely agree with you and the joint movements here with regard to kind of the technical aspects of this. I think this is already clear from our previous discussions, but probably worthwhile saying that we and Colorado welcome new loads and economic development, but not to the detriment of other ratepayers. And it is our obligation to ensure that we have the cost allocation appropriate here. And we very soon are expecting a filing to specifically litigate this issue. And so I think it's kind of premature and jumping the gun to agree to some other treatment, which, especially given the marginal cost concerns, would kind of prematurely decide the treatment of many of these large loads. So I would prefer to move forward without the TG window and reject that concept. And also just reiterate, it's not normal for customers to get guaranteed a rate. That's not what normal small businesses and homeowners experience. We really need the ability and agility to adapt to these changing system costs and ensure that they're allocated properly among the customers to ensure it's fair for every customer, these new customers as well as existing customers. Commissioner Play, I'm not entirely clear maybe on your proposal or your change. I know last week we had talked about like the different thresholds of 20 megawatts, 50, etc., and like when the fair notice provision would kick in, especially acknowledging that we don't know, we have not litigated yet for the large load tariff where exactly that capacity limit will be set. That will be precisely something that will be decided there. And so just ensuring that, anyone within a reasonably large size range has this notice. So I'm not specifically clear if you're suggesting changing something we decided last week, and specifically what, or something else.
Commissioner Play?
Yeah, thanks. What I'm pretty comfortable with our decision last time at recognizing that we have this window of uncertainty. for these loads that are currently in negotiation. And, in order to sort of accommodate, to a certain extent, what, the arguments of the company and the Metro Coalition, would be willing to waive those fair notice provisions below the 50 megawatts for this interim period at a capped total capacity, both transmission and distribution. I don't think we need to distinguish between the two, but the total capacity of 150 megawatts as opposed to what they've proposed of 500. But for that short period of time, it's not ideal. I recognize, but we also are in this kind of flux period where we don't have a tariff. We don't even know where the tariff line is going to be, and trying to accommodate to a certain extent where they are, at least for those loads that are below 50 megawatts of incremental.
So I guess Commissioner Plant, I'm obviously hearing this for the first time, and a little uncertain where the record evidence for the 150 comes from. So I guess my request to you would be if you would just maybe write this up in a page or two, send it to advisors, and maybe we can look at it over the coming week and bring it back. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Just to answer your question, the 150 megawatts represents the sum of the peak loads that were projected over the resource acquisition period, and that's where I'm pulling that number from.
All right.
All
right. Does that work for you, Commissioner Gilman? Let's talk to advisors over the coming week and take another look. I'm not prepared to vote, and I'd be a lot more comfortable talking to the team.
Yeah, I have a lot of concerns in understanding what different grandfathering actually looks like or guarantees. But I'm also a little concerned if we delay this more and go an extra week. I don't know if that's a concern on like the advisor and legal side of things, but I know we'd like to keep this moving.
Yeah, what I'd say is hopefully we can resolve virtually everything today. The team can start working on a written order. So I think if there's one or two issues we got to bring back, hopefully it won't delay anything. But Mr. Mendelson, Ms. McLaughlin.
I would just add that, yeah, we can start the order writing, and at least for all the other components that are decided.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I doubt you're going to get an order out by next Wednesday.
Right. I think that's true. I would want to check in with Mr. Eaton, but who's leading, but I think that's a fair statement.
All right. Yeah, keep going.
All right. So the next issue is related to managed charging assumptions. Public Service and CEO take issue with the Commission's directive to incorporate an overall managed charging participation rate of 50% for BEVs and 90% for PHEVs by 2031 for the purposes of revised load forecast that the company will be used for the base RFP. Public Service explains that it has updated its EV forecasting methodology to include the mid-adoption case and made further refinements to its EV charging assumptions to incorporate the forecasted impacts of current time-of-use rates on unmanaged charging. Public Service explains that it intends to use forecast updates for the JTS base RFP and JTS supplemental RFP, respectively, and further notes that the assumption changes reduce the EV-related contribution to peak demand in 2031 to less than 200 megawatts in the latest forecast, consistent with the Commission's intention to reflect reduced EV peak impacts. However, the company contends there is no evidence in the record to support the proposition that managed charging levels of 90% and 50% for PHEV and BEV vehicles, respectively, by 2031 are reasonable or even feasible. Public Service notes that the only parties suggesting modifications to the company's managed charging assumptions were CEO and WRA, neither of whom suggested modifications in the range of magnitude directed by the Phase 1 decision. Second, Public Service argues this decision circumvents the Commission's TEP directives that the company will undertake a study on the value of managed charging in its next TEP application, which will be filed in 2026. The company explained this analysis is still under development and expected in the first quarter of this year, and that the company expects the managed charging levels suggested in the JTS are speculative at best. Public Service also suggests the high managed charging rates will require significantly increased administrative and incentive costs, and argues that the managed charging levels are unsupported by the record or any utility program participation achievement that they are aware of. Finally, they argue that the Commission's decision will perpetuate the cycle of resource adequacy deficiency that has plagued the company for several years, creating increasing costs and reliability risks for customers, which could itself disincentivize the very EV adoption the state hopes to achieve and support with managed charging programs. CEO generally agrees and says the Commission's requirement to assume 50% and 90% managed charging participation is premature and not supported by the record. They state CEO instead recommends the Commission wait until the conclusion of the next TEP to set assumptions for higher levels of managed charging, because this is the venue where changes to the Public Services and managed charging programs will potentially be proposed and approved. I can pause here for your discussion, answer any questions, or provide a recommendation.
Yeah, I'll maybe start. I'm struggling with this. For me, our JTS decision on the EV and BE load forecast was not necessarily based on the details of the company's existing managed charging programs, nor is it clear that for me it's more appropriately debated in a TEP or CHP filing, TEP filing. Instead, for me, it was based on the potentially very large costs identified in this case in the DSP, likely well over $1 billion of serving this demand if the assumption that it disproportionately shows up during peak is approved. In its base case projections, the company asserts that EV demand will add 710 megawatts to the system peak by 2031. This assumed amount of new load will likely require up to 850 megawatts of new capacity getting into the Denver metro area with a planning reserve margin. Even the low load forecast projects 530 megawatts of new EV demand, or up to 630 megawatts of new firm capacity. And for me, one way or another, through better rate design, if not managed charging, the regulated system just has to find a way to encourage EV customers to charge off the system peak. I'm just struggling with somehow approving $1 billion in new distribution, generation, transmission, if we assume otherwise, but open to hear from, really curious to hear where you guys are thinking on this, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I mean, look, this has been, I think, a frustration on the part of the commission, since the beginning, since before we even had the hearing. I think we talked about this and our concerns around the level of managed charging. Commissioner Gilman also brought up an important point about how there was no distinguishing between plug-in electric vehicles and electric vehicles, that we were making largely the same assumptions. It's contributing a significant amount to the peak. I think their initial proposal was 7% of the incremental peak load was due to this lack of managed charging. And that has real significant cost to the ratepayers. I feel like, part of the challenge that we have here is that, we proposed numbers that we think are reasonable and achievable for the company, but those weren't provided through the course of the hearing. So the question is whether or not there's, enough of a record on which to base our 50 and 90%. There's general dissatisfaction, but, we ended up having to come up with the numbers. Um, I recognize that it's not ideal, but I don't think it's unreasonable. Um, and, I'm just curious to hear where Commissioner Gilman is on this.
Me too. Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I think in a relatively similar place to the two of you. I mean, I think what we're seeing here and we've seen throughout this proceeding is a lot of frustration, um, especially around the real problematic assumptions that have gone into the forecast here. And I think we're kind of seeing play out in this filing as well as in some others, really what a non-strategic approach kind of looks like economically for the system. And I think the commission's feeling that that's an untenable way to go and an untenable vision to put out for the future in terms of what load forecasting we should be based upon. We've got kind of a tough situation, like chicken or the egg, between this and the TEP, where the actual programs are kind of designed and deployed. But I think we're seeing very obviously across the prior ERP, which is still going on, the JTS, the DSP, the transmission CPCNs that have been or are currently before the commission, as well as kind of the suggested additional transmission costs that we're seeing in the JTS, the real cost of additional peak load and kind of the real urgency piling up to ensure that this charging and addition of loads is really strategic. Those aren't necessarily costs we had in the last TEP, right? So we're left with this kind of chicken or the egg situation where we're seeing all these costs become incredibly apparent and trying to figure out how to avoid signing the check before we even try to make this work better, which I think is the actual vision for ensuring that these new electrified loads provide downward rate pressure instead of exacerbating the system peak. So, I mean, we all know that, but in a nutshell, here we are in the same place. So, if we deal with this in the TEP, I mean, clearly we're going to deal with this in the TEP, but if that's where the majority of kind of the push ends up, boy, we've got our work cut out for us there, especially ensuring that, if the company is undertaking this study on the value of managed charging, they better be including updated values from all of the proceedings I just mentioned in that. Otherwise, it is not worthwhile and not something the ratepayers should be paying to have developed as like part of that. So I don't know. I mean, the timing is really challenging. This is not like a new issue for us. What is new for us is kind of seeing really all of the costs and the real urgency here. And I think expecting we would have come into this, especially with a lot of the questions we were asking of the company throughout, that really the company would come to or express a much more strategic vision about how these loads come online and their ambition for managing them and avoiding the worst costs that could potentially be associated with them. And that's not what we have. So we've been left in a pretty difficult position here to really ourselves try to avoid that, to kind of bring this vision to a more optimized place than we're seeing expressed by the company.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to also have to look at thinking about our time of use rates in different ways, where all this load doesn't somehow show up in the first hour after the time of use rate expires. So given what we've seen on the company's managed charging efforts, I think we may have to look at rates, but I don't know. Anything you'd like to add, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the last TEP, the company came forward and said that, as you know, Commissioner Gilman pointed out, EVs would have a downward pressure on rates. The sort of the presumption in that statement is that you're going to manage when that load comes on, that it's going to come on during peak. So, I mean, both can't be true at the same time. So, you know, in the last TEP, while I don't think we were maybe as prescriptive, you know, as maybe we should have been on managed charging, their testimony indicated that they recognized, you know, the impacts. And you know, I guess at this point, you know, what CEO is asking us to do and recognizing, as you pointed out, that, you know, managed charging is going to come out of a program design that is, you know, created in order to achieve a certain level of managed charging. We could, you know, allow the current forecast to go forward with an explicit direction for the upcoming TEP to aggressively address managed charging so that we can avoid having additional costs due to EV adoption and actually benefit from that increased load in the way that the parties initially presented that in the last TEP. And that we would expect that coming out of that TEP, we would have modeled information that could then be fed into the next DSP and also into the next ERP that would reflect the cost savings and the impact of that increased managed charging. And also, I would say, differentiating between PHEV and EV.
Does that get, I have one more comment on this, but does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
I don't know that we voted on
it. How would you like to? My vote is probably to keep it where it was and deny the triple R, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I'm okay with that if we think that we can do that. I think that our position was correct and consistent with the company's last TEP, but I would support it.
I don't know, Commissioner Gilman, why are you?
Yeah, I mean, given the assumed kind of adoption curve and uptick, one thing I want to run by you too, and maybe ask Mr. Mendelson, since we'll be litigating the TEP later this year, that will be resolved before the supplemental RFP and kind of forecast refresh. And so one thing that's striking me, look, they're not wrong about the record evidence issue, but it's such a frustrating situation to be in, given that there is nothing that really appropriately paints the picture of an optimized strategic approach to this here. So I would be somewhat inclined to, I don't know, maybe it's called grant the triple R in part, but order that the results of the TEP and updated ambition around managed charging that would come out of the TEP being litigated this year would necessarily have to be incorporated into the supplemental RFP forecast. Also just want to make very clear again that the entire alphabet soup of very recent and ongoing costs and proceedings that we have recently concluded have going on have got to be included in the company's analysis or value of managed charging to come into this TEP. We cannot be using stale assumptions around costs in that. So just wanted to express that concern to make sure the costs we're seeing and that are before us are actually what we're considering in the TEP rather than something that's a year or two old.
I like the idea of creating the opportunity to get the additional resources in the supplemental one. And I also agree with how you characterized this record. So, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I think that's a really good creative solution. Recognizing that the programs that come out of the TEP are going to really, influence that level of modeling anyway. So I think it's consistent, and I would support that.
I have one more comment, but does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
It does, but I just wanted to make a couple of comments if I could. But the idea would be to accept the triple R for the purposes of the upcoming base RFP, but that the GTS supplemental RFP would have to incorporate updates from the TEP process.
Yeah, I would say deny the triple R.
Okay, if to deny the triple R would mean they would be required to keep the 90 and 50% managed charging participation rates
for the base, and then we'd update it based on the for the supplemental RFP. But did I get that wrong, Commissioner Gilman?
I was going to go the opposite, as Mr. Mendelson suggested, that it's essentially granted in part where we retreat on those values for the base RFP, but then institute in the supplemental RFP the outcomes of the DEP.
Oh, so Mr. Mendelson did get it right. You would accept the triple R.
Unenthusiastically.
I don't know if I can do that. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I think that that's fine. I think, it's I don't know what the practical impact is of going the other direction versus this direction, but I'm fine with the
It's
partial
probably
granting.
400 or 500 megawatts of additional. Well, what is it, Mr. Mendelson? It's probably
Most
300 or
of the EV
400.
growth.
Yeah,
Isn't
it's
most
probably
EV growth in the later years, though?
The company recently referred to a 200 megawatt value in their SOP.
so it's 250 megawatts of additional CTs we'd have to build to serve this load.
You're allowing for a reserve margin when you.
Yes.
Yeah. It's possible. I think that could be an accurate representation.
All right. Well, it sounds like it's a 2-0 vote to 2-1 vote to approve the load addition. If you can include a footnote, just saying I'm struggling with building this capacity. I just think we can do a better job, whether it's through rates or managed charging. I think we have to do a better job. Commissioner Gilman.
I will just say, I think the capacity value that you pointed to is in 2031, and the supplemental RFP certainly will be conducted prior to that. So ideally, we can avoid some of that with regard to adoption curves in those later years.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I was going to say a similar thing. I think, the overall, over the entire planning period, we're looking at a continuous sort of steady growth of EVs, which is going to have, the less that is managed, the greater the impact. That's number one. Number two, the way that we achieve better levels of managed charging is through the programs, which are going to be done in the TEP. We know where the company is right now. So I think it's just, when I look at it, I'm wondering, what's the realistic impact it's going to be, coming out of that TEP and remodeling it for the supplemental. And I think that the impact in the front years will be less because it won't include that growth in EV in later years, particularly as unmanaged growth. So, none of this is ideal solutions, but that's why I'm kind of comfortable with Commissioner Gilman's proposal.
All right. So it's granting triple R in part, denying it in part on a 2-1 vote. And if you could include a footnote. But I mean, I understand your decision. It is what the record says. So does that give you what you need, Mr. Mendelson?
It does. I just had a question though. So the supplemental RFP, if there was a delay in the TEP outcome, because the company actually just yesterday asked for to consider whether the TEP should be folded in with the DSM and CHP cases that are expected a couple months later. But that would the supplemental RFP possibly be delayed until the TEP results?
I don't think we can delay that.
Okay. Well, I just want to put a footnote on that. We may not have the results from the TEP.
I just think we'll have to deal with it at the time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, so the last issue.
Yeah, I have just one more comment. Finally, the company accuses the commission, and now I'm quoting, of perpetuating the cycle of resource adequacy deficiency that has plagued the company for several years, creating increasing costs and reliability risks for customers. And I just want to briefly respond to that by saying, starting over 3 years ago, in September of 2022, we asked the company to create pre-construction development assets, particularly of CTs, that were ready for construction but didn't start construction, including the air quality permit. And I'll just quote really briefly from our September 21st, 2022 RRR order, where we found that it is in the public interest to have robust and updated contingency planning that includes gas-fired resources such as CTs that are fully permitted, including the air quality permit, and on standby, although not authorized for construction, should they be needed. The record in phase one seems to indicate that this could be as much as 400 to 500 megawatts of CTs. And I just say that this 400 to 500 megawatts of CTs to be held in reserve as pre-construction development assets was in addition to the 600 megawatts of CTs that we approved in the phase one and phase two orders. So I'd just like to reiterate that quest, which I think is in 3 or 4 orders in that case. And I hope they did get air quality permits. I looked and couldn't find them. But I'd just like to, in the triple R order in this case, reiterate our case, our decision that in the face of great uncertainty like this, optionality is really important. And you can get these resources available without, spending $1 billion to build them. You just get the permits, get the siting, do all the preliminary work. So I don't know, are you, Commissioner Plant, are you willing to reiterate, point to that language in our prior order and reiterate that request?
Yeah, that's fine with me. I mean, I would also note that their ability to manage their demand side is also plays into their resource adequacy. I mean, as you just pointed out, it's not all a supply side issue, but I would support including that language.
Well, given our challenges managing the demand side, we better create some optionality. Commissioner Goman.
Yeah, I'm fine with that, and also agree with the point Commissioner Plant made. If the company is as concerned as they expressed here on resource adequacy, I would expect them to be filing timely CPCNs and be taking demand response and demand flexibility very seriously. So hopefully those are things they're also working on.
I did not want to let that language go unresponded to. Mr. Mendelson, keep going.
All righty. So the last item I have to present today is the BE and EV adoption rates. The JTS decision recognized that BE adoption is well behind trajectories set in the CHP case and required public service to revise its forecast accordingly. Specifically, the Commission established the following protocol: incorporate actual adoption rates through at least the first half of 2025 or additional quarters of data, if available, in the company's updated load forecast. Separately, for hybrid space heating, all electric space heating, and water heating for residential and commercial customers. Two, apply the delay experienced to date in customer adoptions to the approved adoption rates embedded in the DSMSI and CHP proceedings. Continue until the funds currently approved via the most recent SI and CHP proceedings are projected to be exhausted given current delays. Three, grow the final year of BE budgets as approved in the SI and CHP proceedings through the remainder of the RAP at the general rate of inflation. Four, develop a thorough projection of most likely BE adoption rates for both electric and gas systems and submit such as part of the upcoming DSM CHP proceeding. And five, revise the load forecast for the supplemental RFP with the step 4 projection, if available at that time. The company explains that it will incorporate the adjustment ordered in 1 that I just read out loud. However, it seeks clarification regarding items 2 and 3. Specifically, the company is unclear if the Commission is requesting in 2 that A, the company apply CHP approved assumptions for BE adoption beginning in the second half of 2025, persisting through the 2031 period, and B, as adjusted by 3, sorry. And the second item is ordering the company to apply the current level of BE adoption, set aside entirely the assumptions approved in the CHP. Additionally, the company is requesting the Commission clarify whether the company should apply it as an inflationary adjustment to the budgets with a proportional impact to adoption reflective of approved adoption rates, or whether it should be applied to current adoption rates. They say the items are small but not de minimis. CEO also raises a concern that the Commission's decision represents a signal to BE and EV manufacturers and customers that Colorado no longer supports certain policy goals, which could lead to underinvestment and make it difficult for Colorado to meet its emission reduction targets. CEO argues that although the federal government EV tax credits have expired, their expiration does not warrant lowering the EV portion of the load forecast in the base forecast by assuming the mid-EV adoption rates. CEO contends that multiple EV incentives continue in Colorado and public services territory, including the state EV tax credit, the state's recently increased vehicle exchange Colorado program incentive, and public services own TEP-based initiatives. I could pause here for your discussion, or can answer any questions or provide a recommendation.
Would you guys like to hear a recommendation?
Sure.
Commissioner Goen, that work for you?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mendelson.
All right. With respect to adopting the mid-EV project forecasted projection, advisors recommend rejecting CEO's position. Notably, the mid forecast still represents a 6x growth of all EVs in the public service territory between 2024 and 2031, which is simply extraordinary on its own. The high EV forecast represents a 7x growth rate from 2024. Further, we simply don't buy CEO's argument that adopting the mid forecast sends a message to EV manufacturers that Colorado no longer supports certain policy goals. Rather, we believe manufacturers will be focused on and influenced by actual sales data. The Commission can reevaluate additional sales data in the TEP to determine if future forecasts need to be further adjusted. With respect to the company's request for clarification of the protocol established in paragraph 154, the idea behind the phrase apply the delay to the forecasts already approved was to recognize the adoption ramp inherent in those approved forecasts and to push those ramp rates back consistent with the delay in adoption experienced to date. Accordingly, we suggest it's neither version 1 nor 2 of the company's interpretation, as I said, Rather, the directive was to shift back the ramp rates approved in the DSMSI and CHP cases consistent with the actual delayed adoption experience to date. Accordingly, if the company has full year 2025 actual implementation data available to it, and that data shows adoption rates well below CHP projected levels, it should simply slide the entire CHP projected levels back by at least a full year and incorporate the projected significant upward trends in 2026. With respect to the company's request for clarification of the inflationary adjustment, once the approved budget is exhausted, advisors recommend the commission find the company's first interpretation, that is, as an inflationary adjustment to the budgets with a proportional impact to adoption reflective of approved adoption rates, to be correct.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman?
I also agree.
As do I.
Alrighty, thank you. I'll pass it back to Mr. Eden now.
Thank you. For this next topic, I'll provide a brief overview of what was discussed during step 1 before turning it over to you for a vote. Public Service requesting request Triple R on the timing and scope of the Phase 1 decisions directed to update the Phase 1 modeling by December 31st, 2025. Last week, Chair Blank expressed frustration the company did not provide the modeling by December 31st, but suggested revising the updated modeling runs and extending the deadline, which is directionally consistent with the company's Triple R. However, Chair Blank proposed modeling that would explore the relative costs and benefits of large additions of remote wind and solar resources, better accounting for transmission and curtailment costs. And to summarize, Chair Blank requested the Commission prepare the following modeling. 1. Adjusted low load forecast consistent with the Commission's directives, including any changes the Commission makes in Triple R, using both the social cost of carbon and the $0 CO2 optimization. For these runs, the company would force the proposed Tier 1 NTP projects into the runs at the proposed bid price. The model would be able to select additional generic resources at the median bid cost from the NTP. As part of these runs, Chair Blank asked for the company to evaluate the Encompass model level curtailments, unit by unit if possible, including estimates of compensable lost revenue and tax credit payments. So I'll refer to these modeling runs as the Group A modeling. In addition, Chair Blank suggested an alternative evaluation that would only be subject to the 80% by 2030 greenhouse gas emissions reduction requirement. The Tier 1 NTP projects would not be forced into the model, but generic prices would again use the median bid prices from the NTP. The model should develop the lowest cost option, including optimizing for transmission and curtailment under both the $0 and the social cost of carbon adder. I'll refer to this as the Group B modeling. For both the Group A and the Group B modeling, the company would use the $191 per kilowatt Denver Metro constraint credit that the company proposed in the JTS to help optimize for this known transmission constraint. Similarly, the final cost of the analysis in all modeling runs would include the indicative $2.5 billion in new transmission needed to get the remote intermittent capacity into the Denver metro area. Also, the company would include the results of both the Group A and Group B modeling into a revised long-term rate impact model previously presented as Hearing Exhibit 133, with any changes to assumptions from that model explicitly identified. The model would start with 2024 actual costs, with sales and rates from the company's most recent SEC 10K filing. The Group A and Group B modeling, together with the updated long-term rate impact analysis, would be due on April 2nd, 2026. I'll pause here for your discussion and vote unless you have any questions.
Commissioner Plant, anywhere you'd like to go?
Well, I didn't know if you wanted to start since this was your proposal.
I don't have anything to add. So I thought I actually thought Mr. Eden did it better than I did. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine with the proposal as presented. I can just share one, sort of consideration that I'm sort of evolving to around the curtailments. I understand the curtailments are a concern, and certainly they run the risk of increasing costs. Um, but we also, as we're looking at the costs of the resource adequacy runs that the company has done, and investing as the alternative in, it's either going to be to fill those gaps is either going to be market purchases or storage or gas. And gas is running right now at their model is about 5% capacity factor. When you start to take the total costs of that gas resource into account, you quickly end up at, $700 a megawatt hour for this resource adequacy. And I'm starting to feel a little less concerned about the curtailed resources because we have the opportunity of actually adding storage to that. And it's not just the cost of the storage and the savings, of the curtailed power, but also compared to what we would need to spend on these gas resources that are not running very much. And so, I mean, I'm less clear about the sort of just looking at the resource and the loss of um, and the loss of the credits through curtailment when we're not looking at it against what kind of cost it drives on the resource adequacy side, because I'm just continuously surprised at how much those resources are costing us.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing that's bugging me and wanting to make me ask for this is we agreed to compensate existing projects for curtailed, not only curtailed revenues, but for curtailed PTCs. And the PTCs are up to they're over $30 a megawatt hour when you consider the tax benefits, which is, I think, how we're calculating the compensable curtailment. And we're looking at like 8,000 gigawatt hours of curtailment by 2031. So, I mean, this is hundreds of millions of dollars a year of additional payments to existing projects.
What's your sense though? I mean, you've done this, for a living. What's your sense of being able to get a PPA if, you can't set a price? I mean,
I mean, in competitive markets, developers take the risk all the time, as Excel said in hearing, and I'm not proposing necessarily to change it. I'm just saying we better understand it because the numbers we're seeing in these model runs are very large.
Yeah.
And and maybe you can't look at like Rush Creek because the curtailment for that may be higher because the PTCs are coming off. So maybe we're not looking at unit curtailment of 50% beyond the ones that don't have PTCs. But it's these are some really big numbers and it's just not quantified. So and maybe maybe it is in discovery, but it hasn't been quantified in front of us. So Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go?
I think the question is if I'm okay with the new modeling, right?
Yes.
Yes, I'm okay with the new modeling. Yeah, I mean, look, we're gonna have to sort through all of this. I think Commissioner Plant's point is valid, especially with the cost escalation we've seen on gas CTs far up. I mean, we've seen cost escalation in every single category of generation, especially over the past year. and
Not
2 years.
storage. Not storage.
Correct, not storage. But it has been most dramatic in gas CTs, which has been extreme. And so that's just a fact we're going to have to reckon with as we look at how this all plays out. I think we're also going to have to look at the flexibility of the system in total, not just on the load side in terms of flexibility to reduce load, but also we've got a bunch of free energy at certain points of time here. And so wouldn't it be nice to be looking at this as strategically as possible and help to mitigate as much of that as possible. But for now, I think reasonable to have those modeling runs come in. I mean, I am concerned with the delay from not having the data filed at the end of last month, in terms of what that means, if anything, for information that could be very useful or necessary for the large load tariff filing. So I'm not sure we're like looking at a delay in any of that, kind of as a result of not having the modeling we expected to have. But I know it's certainly seems of interest to the company to move that along very quickly. And so would just indicate, I think it was the commission's thought some of this modeling would be helpful for that. So I just don't know where it puts us all timing wise since they missed that deadline.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Eden?
Yes, it sounds like that's a 3-0 vote to support the additional modeling. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Mr. Greenberg.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dan Greenberg of your advisory committee, advisory staff committee.
That's a rough start, Mr. Greenberg.
I'll try to do better. Just have one resource adequacy related issue to lead you through this morning, and that has to do with the treatment of distributed solar and demand response in the resource adequacy study. In the phase 1 decision, the Commission agreed with WRA and SWEEP's contentions that as distributed solar and demand response resources are procured by customers rather than the company, they should be represented in production cost modeling as load modifiers rather than having ELCCs applied. The Commission therefore directed the company to treat these resources as load modifiers in finalizing its loads and resources table. In its RRR, the company argues that this directive lacks support in the evidentiary record and that implementing it would, 1, not have the results the Commission likely intends, 2, would effectively provide these resources with ELCCs of 100% and reduce the actual ELCCs of all other resource types, 3, result in an inaccurate loads and resources table, and as a result, phase 2 portfolios of unknown reliability. The company asked the Commission to reverse its directive and maintain the practice of accounting for distributed solar and DR on the resource side of the loads and resources table. I'll pause here for your discussion or can provide a recommendation.
And if you can give us a recommendation, that'd be great.
Advisors acknowledge the accuracy of the company's RRR arguments that modifying the treatment of distributed solar and DR to be load modifiers, but not adjusting the RA study will inevitably create inaccuracies in ELCCs applied to all other resource types, and that this will produce phase 2 portfolios of unknown reliability. We therefore recommend granting the company's RRR on this issue. We further recommend that the RRR decision reinforce the directive that the ELCCs the company had developed for its existing DR programs not be applied to any new forms of load flexibility, such as virtual power plants or new forms of company-procured DR, as the DR ELCCs would likely not accurately reflect the behavior of these new resources. Any DR resource not explicitly modeled based on actual operating performance must be treated as a load modifier until an ELCC based on that DR resource's performance can be calculated. Advisors recommend an additional directive requiring the company to treat distributed solar and any new form of demand response or VPP as load modifiers in its future resource adequacy modeling. If the company proposes any other treatment for such resources, it must provide robust justification for such treatment and develop separate and additional modeling that reflects the application of ELCCs for these resources based on actual operating experience. Finally, we recommend requiring the company to include in its direct testimony supporting the RA study application required by paragraph 296 of the decision that is responsive to the WRA and sweep arguments about distributed solar augmenting the ability of distributed storage to address reliability challenges, as well as direct testimony on the future impacts on load due to additional types of DR resources, including at minimum DR focused on electric water heaters, cold thermal storage, DR focused on cold storage facilities, and the impacts of both existing and expected future VPP programs. Long-winded recommendation there, so I apologize for that.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I agree with the recommendation, and honestly, I think it's pretty much in line with what our discussion was during the course of the hearing. The reality is that the company didn't come forward with ELCCs that were specific to the types of load modification that we were talking about here. They just basically applied an ISOC to everything, and that's not accurate either. And what we said was, until you have something that's accurate, you treat these as load modifiers. And I think that's, essentially what I'm hearing with the recommendation is that, we want you to develop an ELCC that's appropriate for each of these applications. And until you have those, they're treated as load modifiers. I would mention that I think that there's, as we think about this in the future, I think that we should differentiate between dispatchable and non-dispatchable distributed loads. And the dispatchable ones, really are more appropriate to apply the correct ELCC to. The non-dispatchable ones really fall more into a load modifier category. I don't know that we necessarily need to do that in this decision, but it's something to think about as they develop a better ELCC model for load management in the future.
Commissioner Goen.
Thanks. Mr. Greenberg, I had a quick question for you. In like prior ERPs, these were treated as load modifiers or as supply side resources? Maybe just the prior. I don't know how far I want you to go back.
I can't at the moment give you a definitive response on that. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. No worries. Yeah, I'm fine with your recommendation.
As am I. Does that give you what you need, Mr. Greenberg?
It does, thank you. And I will now pass it back to Mr. Eden, aka Jennifer Boston.
So Mr. Eden, if you want to get us started framing this up, I'm gonna take us to a lunch break around 11:20ish. So if you can get us started, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll do what I can. In its direct, Public Service proposed that projects located within just transition communities receive a basic just transition modeling credit. In addition, projects that create more than 20 long-term jobs and that are estimated to provide more than $4 million in annual property taxes would receive an additional bonus just transition modeling credit. In the Phase 1 decision, the Commission expanded the applicability of the just transition modeling credits to include Moffett County, but approved only the base credit for projects located within just transition communities. The Commission rejected the bonus credits associated with the bidder's estimate of long-term jobs and annual property taxes. Public Service, the Pueblo Intervenors, and the Environmental Justice Coalition, or EJC, all filed RRRs regarding the just transition modeling credits. Each party seeks different relief, so I'll present each RRR separately. Starting with public services, the company reiterates that job creation and property tax contributions are two foundational elements of the company's just transition approach. Instead of seeking to revive the bonus credits, public service asks a commission finding that the company can and should consider job creation and property tax contributions in just transition communities as part of its JTS Phase 2 bid evaluations. So I'll pause here for your discussion unless you would like a recommendation.
I think a recommendation. You okay with that, Commissioner Gumman? Yeah, go ahead.
Advisors oppose the company's RRR proposal. Public service offers no details or process for how it would consider job creation and property tax contributions, or how such consideration would impact bid evaluation and selection. This vague proposal, which was raised for the first time on RRR, could cause confusion regarding which projects are ultimately included in a Phase 2 portfolio.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman?
I also agree.
As do I.
Thank you. So for this next issue, the Pueblo interveners commit their entire RRR to arguing the commission should modify the Phase 1 decision to restore the property tax and job bonus just transition modeling credits as initially proposed by the company. The Pueblo interveners argue that the Pueblo Innovative Energy Special Advisory Committee, or PISAC report, and the direct testimony of company witness John Landrum are critical to understanding the importance of jobs and property tax bid credits. The Pueblo interveners recount how the PISAC report recommended replacement generation as opposed to relying on temporary community assistance payments from public service ratepayers. Among other things, the Pueblo interveners argue the record evidence demonstrates that the bonus just transition modeling credits are necessary to drive investments into coal communities. They specifically cite testimony from Mr. Landrum that the bonus credits focused on job and tax revenues would allow the Encompass model to prioritize projects providing tangible just transition benefits. As for the Commission's concern that bidders would gain the bonus just transition credits by providing optimistically high estimates in their bids, the Pueblo interveners argue that bidder supplied information would be reviewed and verified as part of the due diligence process. In addition to this due diligence safeguard, the Pueblo interveners argue that industry data, such as that used in the PISAC report, can serve as a check on any overly optimistic numbers bidders submit. And you've all been briefed on the PISAC report, so I won't rehash the details here, but as you know, the PISAC report includes an analysis of the estimated property tax and long-term jobs created by various types of generation projects. The Pueblo interveners conclude that they are not asking for tens of millions of dollars of ratepayer money, but are instead advocating for new generation that will replace the family supporting jobs and property taxes provided by Unit 3. So I'll pause here unless you would like my recommendation.
I'll jump in. I'd say I've now reread the PSAC report a couple of times, and for me, the core requests made in the report, as well as in the statement of position in RRR, the Pueblo intervener, seems reasonable to me. If we need to build new natural gas projects, let's undertake good faith efforts to site them in a joint transition community. So I'd grant the RRR and allow the credit to move forward, as in part my concerns about potential gaming have also been significantly addressed. Given the latest bid prices on CTs from the NTP process, the percentage impact of the bonus credit on the overall bid price is materially less than we had originally feared, which, although not ideal, lessens the risk of gaming. I also think the changes to the modeling runs that Commissioner Gilman requested help make sure we understand the potential impact of the bonus credits on project selection. And finally, the purpose of this proceeding is to ensure that there is a just transition. This is what the community is asking for, and the underlying request doesn't seem unreasonable. So given that I was struggling with the decision the first time we deliberated, I'd now support the RRR request. Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add. I'd agree with your position on that.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. I certainly agree that having a few of these portfolios modeled without just transition credits can help ideally to avoid some of the gaming to provide some of that other view. And I will point out that the base just transition credits are already in place with our prior decisions. So this is really just about the bonus credits, which are based on a certain number of jobs and tax revenue annually in just transition communities. Part of what I struggled with initially, and honestly still struggle with the company's proposal here, was why those limits, which didn't appear entirely justified, and do we really have the credits set at the right values? And those are really entirely untested at this point in time, which I think led to a lot of the interveners' concerns about really having no idea what this looks to cost ratepayers as we're evaluating it. I think we could have had a better proposal here that would better account for kind of the range. 40 jobs is great. I think 30 jobs would be really good. Also, $4 million in annual tax revenue versus 3 million, so certainly I could envision some sort of linear mechanism working in a far less arbitrary way, but that's not what was provided here, and we have to kind of work within the confines of what was provided here. So I think really trying to work kind of within this imperfect proposal to try to understand not only how do we model those specific benefits to just transition communities and provide kind of some appropriate enhancement, I guess, to the modeling for those, but also to really have a genuine way to understand what costs we are assessing to all ratepayers for that purpose in the modeling. So like I said, I think having several of the portfolios without just transition credits helps. One thing I am still concerned about, though, is it's kind of all just transition credits will be a monolith, right? There's the base credits and now these bonus credits, and they're kind of all on or all off. And there's no way to really understand the particular influence of one of these mechanisms. So, coming into this, and I think still my preference would be not ideal, admittedly, but create an additional portfolio that looks at the preferred portfolio with the addition of the just transition bonus credits. I think to me that better suits the situation of really ensuring we have a way to consider these impacts, but without influencing in every portfolio run, save the couple, really an influence that is unknown and untested going into this, which led to a lot of kind of criticism from the parties of this approach in the first place. So that would be my preference, which I think provides a really helpful view of the preferred portfolio with the influence of the just transition base credits and bonus credits both, but does not influence, really all of these portfolios more as a default circumstance, which I think led to a lot of my concerns about not really understanding what influence this would have on the costs we'll see for ratepayers.
I have a question on that, real quick, if I could. You gotta go.
Yeah, can we take a break for lunch and come back at 12:15 and finish this? I think we probably got a couple hours left. So would that be all right, you guys?
Yeah.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yep.
All right, thanks. Let's come back at 12:15. Thanks. If you could take down the sign and Mr. Eden, since you're drafting the order, you want to summarize briefly Commissioner Gilman's proposal, and we'll take it from there.
Sure, I'll give it a shot and feel free to offer any corrections. As I understand it, Commissioner Gilman was proposing to have a new modeling run in the suite of phase 2 portfolios. And in this new modeling run, which would be based on the preferred portfolio, the full suite of the just transition credits, including the bonus just transition credits, would be applied. For all other phase 2 portfolios, it would just be the base just transition credits, except for the 3 phase 2 portfolios that have no just transition credits applied to them.
Does that satisfy you as a description, a brief summary, Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Thanks, Mr. Eden.
I think for me, I just grant the R, given everything we're at. I think we've done enough to deal with the gaming and other concerns. So I just grant the R, but Commissioner Plant, where are you?
Yeah, I'm still slightly confused. So with the bonus credits, there's still the 3, the emissions based, least cost, and preferred, that would be done without. So what's the additional? I didn't quite get what the one that would be done without the bonus, but with the just transition credits would be.
No, so the concept is really, especially given a lot of the parties' concerns about the unknown impacts of this, and frankly, the somewhat arbitrary threshold, that instead of baking these into every single just transition run, or like run with the base just transition credits, then instead of having that be the default, this be a more limited run where you take the preferred portfolio instead and apply the just transition bonus credits on top of the base credits. Everything else would be as it was set in phase 1 in terms of portfolio versions.
So it would just be the preferred portfolio that would have the bonus credits applied. Yeah, I think I probably just go with Chair Blank's proposal to accept that R. I think that's a lot simpler.
So, Commissioner Gilman, you want a footnote or write a dissent?
I think a footnote will suffice.
Okay. Keep going, Mr. Eden.
Okay. One last R on the just transition credits. In its R, EJC reiterates its request that public service be directed not to apply the just transition modeling credits to gas plant bids. EJC asserts that allowing gas plants to receive the modeling credits is directly contrary to Senate Bill 21-272's equity mandate. EJC reasons that providing a modeling credit to build new polluting gas plants in disproportionately impacted or DI communities over building gas plants outside DI communities is antithetical to Senate Bill 21-272. EJC argues that ensuring gas plants are built outside DI communities would minimize harms and correct historical inequities in DI communities. Would you like a recommendation on this one?
Yes, please.
Advisors recommend rejecting EJC's R on this point. The record in this proceeding is replete with evidence that many just transition communities are seeking out new investments in their communities to help offset the loss of jobs and taxes caused by retiring coal facilities. The construction of new energy infrastructure in these communities, including gas plants, could help provide economic benefits for these communities. The commissions can acknowledge that it continues to consider how best to provide equity, minimize impacts, and prioritize benefits to DI communities and address historical inequalities. Such consideration does not require, however, that the Commission prohibit public service from constructing new thermal generation units in DI communities. Indeed, Section 5 of SB 21-272 requires the Commission to consider economic benefits. Given the arguments from parties like Public Service, the Pueblo Interveners, the OJT, and Craig and Moffett, the Commission should find that eliminating the just transition modeling credits for gas plants is not the best way to provide equity, minimize impacts, and prioritize benefits to DI communities.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gumman,
I also agree.
as do I.
All right, so moving on to the next issue. As you know, we've received significant RRR filings regarding the community assistance payments provided to just transition communities. As background, in the 2021 ERP-CEP, the Commission approved the just transition provisions of the updated settlement agreement, which I'll call the USA. Under the USA, the estimated cost of community assistance will be equal to the projected lost property tax revenues for 6 years following the retirement or conversion for Hayden 1, Hayden 2, and Pawnee, and 10 years for the Pueblo Unit 3. In their answer testimonies in this proceeding, the Office of Just Transition, or OJT, UCA, Moffett and Craig, and the Routt County governments all argued the company should be required to pay additional community assistance payments beyond what is set forth in the USA, including community assistance based on the company's ownership of Craig 2. In rebuttal, Public Service was open to providing community assistance payments for Craig 2, but otherwise opposed expanding community assistance payments. Staff and the Pueblo Interveners likewise opposed additional payments. The Phase 1 decision requires community assistance payments for Craig Unit 2, but otherwise kept the community assistance payment structure of the USA. The Commission found that to require further assistance would unduly burden ratepayers and would not be supported in this record or by the statutory directives regarding community assistance payments. The OJT, UCA, Moffett and Craig, and the Routt County governments all filed individual RRRs urging the Commission to revise its community assistance directives. In addition, these parties filed a joint RRR to demonstrate that the parties collectively support the RRR request for the additional community assistance. There are 3 subcategories of interrelated RRR requests regarding community assistance. First, extending the community assistance payments from 6 years to 10 years. Second, Routt County government's request for direct economic assistance payments of $11.5 million. And 3, Moffett and Craig's request for $14.8 million for workforce residency impacts. It'll require a fairly long setup, but I'll present all 3 of these subcategories together and then turn it over for a vote on all of them. So, as I referenced earlier, under the USA, which the Commission largely maintained in the Phase 1 decision, each just transition community is set to receive 6 years of community assistance payments, except for Pueblo, which would receive 10 years of payments. In RRR, the OJT, UCA, Moffett and Craig, and the Routt County governments all request that the Commission extend the community assistance payments associated with Craig Unit 2, Hayden 1 and 2, and Pawnee from 6 years to 10 years. UCA argues the Commission should reverse its decision and award community assistance payments for 10 years to be consistent with what Pueblo received under the USA. UCA notes that Moffett and Craig and the Routt County governments were not at the table with the parties that agreed to treat Pueblo more favorably. Regarding affordability of the expanded community assistance payments, UCA states that limiting community assistance payments based on affordability concerns overemphasizes the role the payments play and does not fairly represent the proceeding's true cost drivers. UCA asserts the additional community assistance payments are negligible when considering the size of the investments Public Service is seeking across multiple proceedings. Moffett and Craig similarly request the Commission extend the community assistance duration for Craig Unit 2 from 6 years to 10 years. They assert that this 4-year extension would result in approximately $2.58 million in additional assistance, which can be finalized in a separate follow-on application proceeding. Moffett and Craig argue that because the UCA's statutory role is to protect ratepayers, UCA's support for the expanded community assistance payments rebuts any concern that extending assistance to 10 years would unduly burden company ratepayers. According to Moffitt and Craig, a 10-year duration of community assistance payments recognizes the true duration of fiscal impact. The Routt County governments also request the Commission award 10 years of community assistance payments associated with the accelerated retirement of the Hayden units. Like other interveners, the Routt County governments note the 2021 ERP-CEP Phase 1 decision indicates that the just transition provisions in the USA were a reasonable starting point. The Routt County governments further argue that it would be improper for the Commission to rely on public services and staff's concerns about ratepayer impacts because neither party provided any analysis on the actual ratepayer impact of just transition community assistance. The Routt County governments also assert that the number of years of community assistance should be based on is the time that is minimally necessary to create the economic development that is necessary to offset the losses related to the closure of the transition facility. They argue that 10 years is the minimum amount of time to create the amount of economic development necessary to replace assessed value lost from the closure of the Hayden station. OJT supports the request from the Routt County governments and Moffitt and Craig for 10 years of community assistance payments, and also requests the Commission provide Morgan County 10 years of community assistance payments, even though Morgan County has not intervened in this proceeding. OJT argues throughout its RRR that the Commission's underlying assumptions for denying the request for additional community assistance payments are incorrect. For instance, OJT argues there is virtually no evidence supporting the assumption that additional community assistance will unduly burden ratepayers. OJT states it continues to support the USA, but asserts that the amount of community assistance warranted for each community should be calibrated to the impacts each sustains, and that there is not a one-to-one correlation between the number of years a facility closes prior to its originally intended closure date and the impact that community experiences. OJT similarly argues that it greatly matters that Moffitt and Craig and the Routt County governments, as well as Morgan County, were not parties to the 2021 ERP-CEP nor the USA. Moving to the Routt County government's request for $11.5 million in direct economic assistance payments, the Routt County governments also asked for community assistance that is directly proportional and equal in structure to the Moffitt model. As you know, the Moffitt model refers to the structure of community assistance payments from the tri-state ERP settlement. As applied to the Routt County governments, the Moffitt model would provide 3 years of direct economic assistance payments totaling about $11.5 million. This $11.5 million would not be offset by new investments and would be in addition to the 10 years of community assistance payments. The Routt County governments argue this structure can be advantageous because it provides a dedicated and guaranteed source of funds for economic development to replace lost assessed value. The Routt County governments emphasize the nearby communities of Moffitt County and Craig receive the advantages of the Moffitt model via the tri-state settlement. They suggest it would be inconsistent for the Commission to reject similar treatment in this case. And as referenced above, the OJT, UCA, and Moffitt and Craig all support the Routt County government's request for direct economic assistance. And then finally, Moffitt and Craig request an additional $14.8 million for direct labor income effects associated with the workers currently employed at the Hayden station, but who live in Moffitt County. According to Moffitt and Craig, the record contains extensive evidence that the retirement of Hayden 1 and 2 will have significant economic impacts on Moffitt County and the city of Craig, given that the majority of Hayden Station's workforce resides in Moffitt County. Moffitt and Craig argue these workers are critical to Moffitt and Craig's economic stability via local sales tax revenues, housing demand, school enrollment, and the viability of small businesses. According to Moffitt and Craig, the additional community assistance payments of $14.8 million would help offset these losses. And again, the OJT, UCA, and the Routt County governments all expressed their support for Moffett and Craig's request for an additional $14.8 million. So with that, unless you have any questions, I'll turn it over to you for your deliberations on the Community Assistance RRR request, including extending the community assistance payments by 10 years, the Routt County government's request for an additional $11.5 million, and Moffett and Craig's request for an additional $14.8 million. Again, also offer a recommendation if you'd like.
Commissioner Plant, where would you like to go? Do you want a recommendation or do you want to start us off?
Yeah, we can start with a recommendation.
Mr. Eden.
All right. Starting with the duration of community assistance payments, that first issue. On balance, advisors recommend granting the RRRs on this point and extending the duration of community assistance payments to Moffett and Craig, the Routt County governments, and to Morgan County from 6 years to 10 years. As with other community assistance payments, these 4 additional years will be offset by any new generation and infrastructure investments. The record contains abundant evidence that the early retirement of the coal facilities will profoundly impact the communities of Moffett County, Craig, Routt County, and Hayden. While no party disputes that community assistance payments will be funded from public service ratepayers, advisors find persuasive arguments that the cost of the additional community assistance payments is small relative to the cost of the generation and transmission resources that will likely be acquired pursuant to the JTS. Given the UCA's statutory directives to represent the public interest and the interest of residential consumers, the Commission should give considerable weight to UCA's position that the additional cost these payments will impose on ratepayers is warranted. Moving to Routt County government's direct economic assistance payments, advisors recommend denying this request for an additional $11.5 million. And we think this is inconsistent with the USA statutory directives and the public interest. Unlike the loss of property taxes associated with the accelerated retirement of a coal facility, the economic assistance payments the Routt County government's request are more difficult to calculate. Moreover, other just transition communities, such as Pueblo and Morgan counties, would not receive similar economic assistance payments. Arguments from the Routt County governments and others that the Commission should apply the Moffett model in this proceeding are unpersuasive. The Moffett model was developed as part of an unopposed comprehensive settlement agreement in Tri-State's 2023 ERP. There are several important distinctions between Tri-State's 2023 ERP and the current proceeding, including that the Commission does not have rate-making jurisdiction over Tri-State. A different standard applies for public service, and there's no dispute that the requested direct economic assistance payments would ultimately be funded by public service ratepayers and not offset by additional utility investment. Advisors similarly recommend denying Moffett and Craig's request for an additional $14.8 million in workforce residency impacts, as inconsistent with the USA statutory directives and the public interest. Unlike the loss of property taxes, the workforce residency impacts associated with the loss of highly paid workers are relatively difficult to measure and offset. While no parties challenge Moffett and Craig's calculations on this record, the Commission has an independent duty to ensure the ratepayer funds are being used appropriately. Moreover, other just transition communities such as Pueblo and Morgan counties would again not receive similar payments for workforce residency impacts.
Mr. Plant.
Thanks. And I'll take up the different issues, I guess, first. So in terms of the extension to 10 years, I agree with the advisor recommendation to extend to 10 years. And I'd note 2 things in this. Number one, my vote to extend to 10 years doesn't have any association with the agreement that Pueblo negotiated under the USA. That was, in my opinion, that was negotiated by Pueblo for Pueblo, and these communities have made a sufficient argument on their own for their communities to support my position of the request for 10 years of compensation. They weren't a party to the USA. It was negotiated by Pueblo and for Pueblo, and as a result, I don't believe applies to them. Secondly, and this may go without saying, but I'll say it anyway, payments under this program assume the scheduled closures follow the established plan schedule closure of 2027 for Hayden 2 and 2028 for Hayden 1 and Craig 2. If that changes, then a future commission should reevaluate the commitments that we make here.
Yeah, it shouldn't be in addition. It shouldn't be in addition to an operating plan. So I think we can put that in this order. Commissioner Gilman?
Yes, I agree with the recommendations and also agree with Commissioner Plant's clarification if something were to change with regard to the actual retirement date.
As do I.
Quick clarification, was that vote just on the 10 years?
No, that was on everything. We're agreeing to the extension and the denial. And to me, it's a package.
And I agree as well. I was just presenting it separately because I didn't know where you guys were. So I would agree with the recommendation.
And then I guess, addition that the payments are premised on the coal plants closing on schedule and that there should not be an addition to the coal plants remaining open?
Definitely that. And if the date changes, the duration may change. But that's a decision for a future commission. We're not going to hardwire that. But in this decision, we are going to hardwire these payments don't happen if the plants stay open.
Okay, I think that's clear. Switching gears a little, but sticking with the just transition issues. In the Phase 1 decision, the Commission found the non-monetary requests from the Routt County governments to be reasonable. The Commission required Public Service to propose a pathway to the dedication of the Hayden Station's spur line, the pump house property, and any unused water rights currently benefiting Hayden Station after the year 2050. The Phase 1 decision provides that this pathway, quote, should be explored in the new application proceeding Public Service has committed to file that will finalize the community assistance payments for each community, end quote. In RRR, the Routt County governments express agreement with the Commission's decision regarding the in-kind property dedications, but state numerous details remain unanswered as to how and when the dedications will occur. The Routt County governments argue a workshop process is needed to address remaining questions. Would you like a recommendation on this point?
Yes.
Advisors recommend rejecting the Routt County government's request. The Phase 1 decision requires Public Service to propose a pathway for the property dedications in the application proceeding that will finalize the community assistance payments for each community. That future proceeding is the appropriate forum to resolve the details of the property dedications. Nothing prohibits the Routt County governments from communicating with Public Service prior to that proceeding, but the Routt County governments have not established why mandating a workshop is necessary.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman?
I also agree.
As do I.
Thank you. In RRR, OJT asks that the Commission establish a formula that will be used to calculate the community assistance payments for all just transition communities, similar to what the Commission did for the Pueblo interveners. OJT acknowledges that the final numbers for the community assistance will be determined in an upcoming filing, but asserts the Commission should establish in this proceeding that the formula approved for Pueblo will be used for all just transition communities. OJT argues the annual property tax compensation payments should be based solely on what the company would pay in assessed values as determined by the Division of Property Taxation and assessed by the county assessor, not the company's accounting department. In addition, the OJT conditions the use of the Pueblo formula on the assumption that the Commission formula does not include depreciation. And I can offer a recommendation on this one if you would like.
That'd be great.
Advisors recommend denying OJT's request. One of the reasons the Commission could readily grant the Pueblo interveners' request for a specific formula was because the Pueblo interveners essentially requested the Commission approved the numbers and methodology that Public Service proposed in direct. In short, the request was uncontested. In contrast, there is no agreement between Moffett and Craig, the Routt County governments, OJT, and Public Service regarding even the appropriate amount of community assistance, much less detail such as whether the formula should include depreciation or whether the number should be based on data from the county assessors. OJT provides no justification for why the Commission should attempt to resolve the details of the issues here on RRR, especially when there will be a subsequent proceeding finalizing the community assistance payments.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gellman,
I also agree.
as do I.
Thank you. So switching to the conforming bid policy now. Indirect Public Service proposed a conforming bid policy under which developers can only submit bids that conform to the model PPAs approved in Phase 1. To finalize a conforming model PPA, the company also proposed a process that would allow for the submission and ultimate approval of a red line PPA. Pursuant to this PPA litigation process, Public Service would file revised PPAs. Interested parties would have 2 weeks to file comments and propose changes to the PPAs, and then Public Service would file reply comments and modifications. The Commission would then issue a decision on the final PPAs. Over considerable opposition from independent power producers, or IPPs, in the Phase 1 decision, the Commission largely agreed with Public Service regarding the need for and potential benefits of a conforming bid policy. To facilitate the development of minimally negotiable PPAs, the Commission resolved several of the key disputed issues in the PPA, including on security and force majeure. The Commission also largely adopted the company's proposed PPA litigation process. In RRR, the Clean Energy Industry, or CEI, the Colorado Independent Energy Association, CIEA, and Interwest Energy Alliance all argue the Commission should reject the conforming bid policy. CEI argues a conforming bid policy will threaten the legacy of Colorado's competitive solicitation process by giving Public Service a significant advantage in the RFP process and chill competition. CEI reasons that a conforming bid policy will create a one-size-fits-all contract approach, regardless of unique project components, changed circumstances, or the evolution of the marketplace. CIEA similarly argues the conforming bid policy is not worth the risk of postponing the JTS RFP, not worth the increased cost to consumers, and not worth the negative precedential effect on market competition. CIEA further asserts the conforming bid policy attempts to treat the symptom of the delays from the 2021 ERP, but does not address the cause of the actual delays. CIEA also argues that with a conforming bid policy, the company may have an easier task of comparing bids, but at the cost of less competition among bids, less diversity among bids, and increased cost of those bids. For its part, Interwest asserts the Commission must reject the conforming bid policy because the record lacks sufficient evidence to approve the policy in its offered form. Interwest argues Public Service failed to put forth basic foundational evidence as to what is and is not negotiable and how the conforming bid policy could translate into understandable contracting requirements. Without detailed clarification from the Commission, Interwest argues that IPPs will bear the risk of the uncertainty, while Public Service will be free to unilaterally determine what proposed changes are material and therefore negotiable. In the alternative, CEI, CIEA, and Interwest recommend the Commission direct Public Service to adopt a model contract with certain non-negotiable terms, but clarify the remainder of the terms are negotiable. CEI argues it would support this alternative approach so long as the key decision points in the Phase 1 decision and any other terms addressed in RRR are adopted as the only non-negotiable terms. CEI states that given the company's gamesmanship on this issue, for this approach to work, the Commission would have to specifically order that the remainder of the terms are negotiable. Interwest likewise argues that if the Commission does not reverse its decision on the conforming bid policy, the Commission should make a specific finding that the provisions addressed in the Phase 1 decision are specifically deemed material, and all other provisions are therefore available for red line and negotiation. CIEA specifically requests that the company's RFP package include a highlighted model PPA that denotes each non-negotiable provision decided by the company. In addition, CIEA argues for several modifications to the PPA litigation process if the Commission decides to implement it. CIEA asserts that the Commission can't have both a quick and fair process. Among other requests, CIEA asks for extended timelines, a neutral mediator, and a technical conference with the parties and the mediator. Would you like a recommendation on this point? Yes, okay.
Just keep it as short as you can, please.
Advisors continue to see merit in the conforming bid policy that requires IPPs to fashion their bids based on PPAs that contain certain non-negotiable provisions. This could ensure a fair and transparent RFP and improve efficiency and effectiveness of the selection and procurement process. Nevertheless, attempting to resolve every disputed PPA provision may significantly delay the release of the RFP. On balance, advisors recommend the Commission generally maintain but clarify its initial approach in the Phase 1 decision. The Commission should specify that in the PPA litigation process, the Commission will rule on certain disputed PPA provisions and direct that these provisions be non-negotiable. The remaining PPA provisions, however, will remain negotiable to the extent not otherwise inconsistent with Commission directives. Public Service will be required to specify the two types of provisions in the RFP package. Consistent with this approach, advisors recommend against attempting to resolve the various challenges to the PPA provisions in RRR. These determinations are better resolved after the Commission can evaluate the PPA litigation process filings.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
Yes, I agree. And Mr. Eden, when you say specify in the bid package between the negotiable and non-negotiable, I presume that means make it very explicit which items are non-negotiable and very explicit that the rest are negotiable.
Correct. And that's something that the Commission, if it goes down this road, will have can provide additional guidance on in the PPA litigation process.
Okay. Yep, I agree.
As do I.
Thank you. CEI notes that throughout its testimony, it also raised concerns with the build, transfer, acquire, or BTA model contract language. CEI continues to argue the BTA model contract language should not be part of the conforming bid policy. If the Commission decides the BTA language should be non-negotiable, however, CEI requests several changes. Interwest similarly requests that the Commission clarify whether the conforming bid policy is applicable to BTAs, identify all BTA provisions that are negotiable, and identify all non-negotiable provisions that specifically incorporate the Interwest, CEI, and/or CIEA recommendations and testimony. And I have a recommendation on this one as well, if you want.
Yep, please.
Advisors recommend rejecting the RRRs from CEI and Interwest regarding the provisions in the BTA term sheets. The BTA term sheets differ in significant ways from the 4 model PPAs the company provided for IPP bids. Notably, the term sheets do not represent the final contract the company will execute with a developer to acquire a BTA project. Moreover, the company, as a participant in the bidding process, retains more discretion as to whether to submit utility-owned bids, including utility-owned bids that are structured as a BTA.
Commissioner Plant.
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree.
As do I.
Thank you. In the Phase 1 decision, the Commission states that it will endeavor to ensure that utility-owned generation meets standards equivalent to those expected for PPAs. Interwest states that it appreciates the idea of symmetrical treatment for the Commission espoused in the Phase 1 decision, but requests that the Commission identify the utility ownership obligations and penalties such that the company has a clear understanding and prices its bids accordingly. Interwest argues that without specific mechanisms, ratepayers will continue to shoulder substantial risk. In its RRR, CIEA flatly asserts that the Commission cannot place standards equivalent to PPAs on utility-owned generation. CIEA references the three-party PIM and argues that if the Commission is unwilling to risk the litigation and extended process of holding public services' feet to the fire, then it should not be willing to continue the PPA litigation process. Would you like my recommendation on this one?
Yes.
Advisors recommend denying these RRR requests from Interwest and CIEA. Except for the guidance and directives already set forth in the Phase 1 decision, it would be difficult on this record for the Commission to more specifically direct how the Commission will hold utility-owned generation projects to the same standards as PPA projects.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
I agree, but as you said, still upholding what we had said in the Phase 1 decision, as being our position with regard to the necessity to look into this, which may well be done in the CPCN processes.
I agree as well.
Thank you. As part of its RRR request to modify the communication channel between the independent evaluator and bidders, this was an issue addressed in your Step 1 deliberations, the company proposes to continue its contract negotiation reporting approach from the CEP delivery plan on a monthly basis to keep the Commission apprised of the status of PPA and BTA negotiations. CIEA similarly recommends additional reporting. Like Public Service, CIEA recommends the Commission require Public Service to provide monthly PPA status updates. CIEA states that these monthly reports provided both information and pressure to Public Service and bidders. In a similar vein, CIEA argues that Public Service and IPP counterparties should be required to turn drafts of PPAs to the counterparties within 21 days of receipt and include records of such turns in its PPA status updates. CIEA also asks that Public Service and the independent evaluator report on the nature of PPA revisions received in the 30-day RFP report. And I'm prepared to offer a recommendation if you want.
Please.
Advisors recommend granting the RRR request from Public Service and CIEA and requiring Public Service to submit monthly reports in this JTS proceeding on the status of negotiations for all PPA and IPP build transfer projects. As in the 2021 ERP CEP, Public Service shall confer with the individual bidders on the negotiation status, on the negotiation status that the company intends to provide in the negotiation report, and conferral confirmation must be provided in the report to the Commission. The negotiation reports should begin 1 month after the decision finalizing the Phase 2 portfolio. Advisors recommend denying CIEA's other recommendations to require reporting on the nature of PPA revisions received in the 30-day RFP report, and to require the company and IPP counterparties to turn drafts of PPAs within 21 days. It is unclear what the additional reporting in the 30-day RFP report would accomplish, and CIEA's 21-day deadline to turn PPA drafts seems arbitrary and easy to gain.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman.
I also agree.
As do I.
All right, one last issue for this afternoon, from me anyway. And it's RRR. CIEA argues that Public Service should not be allowed to retroactively change the model PPA in the near-term procurement or NTP RFP without changes made to the JTS PPAs. CIEA asserts that changing the NTP PPA now could fundamentally alter bid pricing and increase negotiation delays in the NTP. CIEA adds that this unfair proposal from the company was never presented in either the CEP or JTS ERPs. CIEA asks the Commission to rule that the JTS RFP cannot be imported into the NTP RFP. And would you like this last recommendation?
Yep.
Advisors recommend rejecting CIEA's RRR on this point. If CIEA or others are concerned the company is unfairly negotiating with bidders in the NTP, CIEA should file the appropriate pleading setting forth its claims in that proceeding.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Goman,
Also agree.
as do I. I think that's it. Commissioner Plant, anything else before we move on?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up that I spoke with advisors over the break, and I'm going to withdraw my motion on the earlier issue. I can't remember, trying to find the TG window issue, and I'll just support rejecting the triple R.
Well, that simplifies things, and hopefully we don't have to bring it back next week. So thank you, Commissioner Plant. Thank you, advisors. Thanks for getting us through this.
I don't know if you need to vote on that, though.
I don't think it's just withdrawn.
Well, is it a 3-0 vote to reject the joint triple R filed by Public Service and EMABC on the window concept?
Commissioner Plant, I think Commissioner Gilman and I already voted.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you had voted on that. Yes.
I think we did.
Yes.
I think this one better be TBC, Mr. Eden.
All right, understand, and we'll start our draft as soon as we can.
Thank you much. Geez, what's next? Proceeding 25A-0500E, Black Hills EDR, Mr. Davis, Mr. Osara. Sorry for keeping you waiting.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Ron Davis of the Commission's advisory staff. On November 25th, Black Hills Colorado Electric filed an application for approval of a proposed economic development rate tariff. By decision C-25-928I, the Commission set the application for hearing and required Black Hills to file supplemental direct testimony. The Commission also suspended the determination of the application's completeness due to the need for additional information to be provided through that supplemental direct. And it stated that it would address the completeness of the application by a separate decision. On December 31st, Black Hills filed supplemental direct testimony in response to the Commission's filing directive. So the matter is on today's agenda to take up the question now whether the application can be deemed complete. And for context, the next procedural milestone in the case is the filing of answer testimony no later than January 30th.
I'm happy to deem it complete. Appreciate the supplemental direct testimony filing, and just have one more request on that. In responding to the request, the company appears to have included the cost of a new CT in the net plant calculation, which seems wrong to me, as the resulting revenue requirement is then amortizing a cost that's already been levelized. So instead of adding the cost of a new CT to net plant, I'd request that the already levelized monthly cost of the CT should be included as a full revenue requirement impact each month in the PCCA or elsewhere, while still accounting for the planning reserve margin and transmission cost impacts. So I'd just like to ask the company to adjust and refile the spreadsheet within 7 days of an order in this case, such that the capacity costs are not double amortized. And thanks to the team, Mr. Fetters and Mr. Eden, for helping figure that out. So Commissioner Plant, you okay with deeming it complete and that one additional request?
Yes.
Commissioner Goman.
I agree.
And Mr. Davis, can we do that as I agree as well, and can we do that as an ABC?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. The applicate 26A-0040E transportation electrification 10-day notice and intervention period. Mr. Davis.
Yes, so this is our first of the 2026 vintages of proceedings. Yesterday, Public Service Company of Colorado filed a brief application seeking to continue its existing transportation electrification plan. And this is to accommodate a joint filing on July 1st of the company's next TEP with the upcoming combined DSM-BE strategic issues and clean heat plan filing. Public Service has to file a TPE every 2 years, no later than May 15th by statute. But by this application filed yesterday, Public Service simply seeks to meet that filing deadline and does not otherwise seek to seek additional funding or other modifications to the existing plan. The application is intended to further streamline and coordinate the company's customer programs, as well as the Commission's review of those programs. And as I said earlier, this will be combined with DSM, BE, and Clean Heat Plan applications. Earlier this morning, Public Service filed a revised copy of the application to include a footnote that was inadvertently not added to the copy filed yesterday. And that simply clarifies that any increases to the overall budget beyond commission-approved flexibility would be requested by a separate application. Public Service has asked the Commission to grant its request for a shortened 10-day notice and intervention period, and that's why it's on the it's why it's on the CWM agenda now. I can make a procedural recommendation if you'd like. I recommend that the Commission adopt an ABC order setting a 10-day notice and intervention period for the application.
Commissioner Plant?
I agree.
Commissioner Gellman?
I also agree.
As do I, and again, that can be ABC, and apologies for keeping you waiting this long, Mr. Davis. Sorry about that. Proceeding number 25D-0536E, Ford Motor Company declaratory order request. Mr. Foreman.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Wyatt Foreman of your Commission Council. Before you is a decision whether to accept, notice, and refer the petition for declaratory order filed by Ford Motor Company on December 23rd, 2025. Ford's petition concerns the applicability of the Commission's interconnection rules to two different types of electric vehicle charging systems that Ford offers with its Ford F-150 Lightning vehicles. The first system is the Home Backup Power, or HBP feature, which Ford explains involves a technology that, when a home is properly equipped and the grid is down, allows the vehicle to provide 30 kilowatt hours per day of energy to a home. The technology is offered to every purchaser of a Ford F-150 Lightning in every utility territory in Colorado. And Ford explains the HBP feature operates in a break before make fashion, which means the system is fully disconnected and isolated from the grid before any power is discharged into a home. And according to Ford, it cannot operate while connected to the energized distribution system for longer than 100 milliseconds, which Ford asserts means it does not meet the definition of parallel operation under the interconnection rules. The second system is the Home Power Management, or HPM feature, that when a home is properly equipped, allows the vehicle to discharge power to the home while the grid is operating to reduce the customer's electrical usage at times of peak demand. Ford explains it is beginning limited tests of the feature and it is not currently made available to everyone. Ford further notes that the feature can never be enabled or used by a customer, and the vehicle cannot discharge power to the home in parallel with the grid unless the customer and Ford have notified the respective utility and the proper interconnection process has been completed. Ford seeks clarity regarding the applicability of the Commission's interconnection rules to these two technologies, and it specifically asks the Commission to issue an order making 4 separate determinations. First, that a Ford electric vehicle charging system using the HBP feature is not an interconnection resource within the meaning of Rule 3852 or otherwise subject to the interconnection rules. Second, that installation by a retail customer of a Ford system with the HBP feature does not require submitting a request for interconnection or executing an interconnection agreement with the local utility. Third, that a Ford system with a grid parallel HPM feature, if that feature is disabled, is not an interconnection resource within the meaning of Rule 3852 or otherwise subject to the interconnection rules. And finally, that installation by a retail customer of a Ford system that has grid parallel HPM features, if those features are disabled, does not require submitting a request for interconnection or executing an interconnection agreement with the local utility until a customer requests that the HPM feature be enabled by Ford. So with all that said, I can proceed to a recommendation here.
Please.
Under Commission Rule 1304F, subsection Roman numeral 2, the Commission may entertain a petition for declaratory order to terminate a controversy or remove an uncertainty regarding any tariff, statute, or Commission rule, regulation, or order. Council and advisors believe the issues raised in the petition satisfy this standard and recommend the Commission accept the petition, establish a 30-day notice and intervention period, and refer the matter to an ALJ.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I. And I don't know about the substance of the request, but as we struggle with PSPS and everything else we got going on, it's nice to see these options. So I agree as well. And that can be an ABC order. So thank you, Mr. Foreman.
Thank you.
Proceeding number 26M-0037E, Mr. Foreman, wildfire mitigation planning and public power shutoffs.
Speaking of PSPS, good afternoon, Commissioner. Still Wyatt Foreman. For your decision here is whether to schedule a remote public comment hearing and a remote commissioners information meeting regarding the public service, public safety power shutoff events that occurred on December 17th and December 19th, 2025. By decision number C26-0012, the Commission opened this miscellaneous docket to serve as a pre-rulemaking in support of wildfire mitigation planning and public safety power shutoff rules, and to serve as a repository for public comments already received regarding the recent public service PSPS events, and for Commissioner information meetings and public comment hearings. Through that decision, the Commission directed Commission staff to schedule both a public comment hearing and a Commissioner's information meeting. Staff now recommends scheduling a remote public comment hearing on Wednesday, January 28th, 2026 from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. and a remote Commissioner's information meeting on Monday, February 2nd, 2026 from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. If you agree with these dates and times, we can issue a decision and provide notice of the comment hearing and information meeting to the public.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Gilman,
I also agree.
as do I.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Davis, 25R-0309G, clean heat plan rules. Oh, you were stuck here till the end anyway.
That's right. And I'll be joined by Commission Counsel Aaron McLaughlin. So the Commission opened this rulemaking for the primary purpose of establishing an emission reduction target for Colorado investor-owned gas utilities. And this is for their clean heat plans for 2035. And this is pursuant to 40-3.2108, or the Clean Heat Statute. By decision number C25-851 that was issued on December 1st, the Commission adopted a target for 2035 of 41% compared to a 2015 baseline of greenhouse gas emissions. This target was the same as proposed in the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking and derived from an earlier petition for rulemaking that was filed jointly by the Colorado Energy Office and the Air Pollution Control Division of the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. The Commission declined to adopt additional targets beyond that 2035 target, but it stated in paragraph 62 of the rules decision that, quote, it's reasonable for the Commission to conclude that Colorado's statutory goal for 2050 corresponds to a 100% greenhouse gas reduction target for a gas utility clean heat plant. The Commission also declined to cap by rule recovered methane as a clean heat resource option in order for a utility to meet a clean heat plan target. Applications for rehearing, re-argument, or reconsideration of the rules decision were timely filed by CEO and CDPHE, by Black Hills Colorado Gas, and by Sierra Club, Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, and Western Resource Advocates, who together we'll call the Conservation Advocates. Rulings on the RRR is the purpose of this presentation this afternoon, and the four principal decision points derived from those pleadings are: 1, should the Commission modify the 2035 target of 41%? 2, should the Commission signal openness to an interim rulemaking to revisit that 2035 target in the future? Should the Commission further modify the rules decision related to the 2050 target is the third point. And finally, should the Commission adopt a rule capping the use of recovered methane? Before moving on to discussion and votes on those four decision points, it's necessary to acknowledge the public comments that have been filed in this proceeding, particularly due to the major shift in the general themes being raised. Since the Commission adopted the 41% target for 2035, numerous public comments have been submitted in opposition to that target and to other elements of the rules decision. Commentators raised concerns, for example, about the Commission's actions here causing higher overall energy costs, higher rates for gas service, as well as higher rates for electric service due to the combination of less natural gas usage being permitted and more electrification of end uses such as building heating. Commenters predict an exodus from the utility service, which they will worry will raise affordability and equity concerns, especially for those energy users who cannot exit from their utilities. The commenters also raise reliability concerns, but many of these comments have more to do with the impacts on the electric systems as the alternative to the gas systems. Some also raise timing concerns. There's a worry that existing gas appliances installed recently or that will be installed in the near future won't be able to be used through their useful lives because they would need to be replaced with electric alternatives. So this is an example of a general view among many in the public that the Commission's proposed rules are intended to phase out natural gas appliances from Colorado homes and businesses. These most recent comments, however, are exactly the opposite of the majority of comments that were submitted prior to the rules decision. As you'll recall, nearly all of the earlier comments supported a 55% target for 2035 or an even higher target. The split on positions on clean heat targets is succinctly reflected in two letters filed in the proceeding by state legislators. On October 10th, prior to the adoption of the decision, a group of 11 legislators submitted a letter stating that it was critical for the Commission to establish a 2035 clean heat target of at least 55% emissions reductions compared to a 2015 baseline, and also adopt targets for 2040, 2045, and 2050, where the 2050 goal would amount to zero gas utility emissions by 2050. These lawmakers take CEO and CDPHE to task for, quote, abandoning Colorado's climate leadership and putting the state's overall statutory emission targets out of reach. Yet after the Commission adopted the rule for a 41% target, on December 3rd, a different group of legislators filed comments critical of that action, calling it a mandate for unaffordable heat pumps and electric retrofits. They accuse the rule of undermining natural gas, which they call reliable and affordable, and they further argue that rural electric grids cannot support electrification because these electric networks are already plagued by outages lasting 3 to 4 days. Before we take up the RRR applications, we have a preliminary matter that Commission Counsel will present.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. So in addition to the filings outlined just now by Mr. Davis, on January 7th, the conservation advocates late filed a motion for leave to respond to both the RRR from CEO and APCD, CDHE, and the RRR from Black Hills. The joint filing states that the late response was due to the holidays and request it be accepted, though they do recognize that under Rule 1506, response is not generally permitted. They claim response is warranted, arguing that the RRR represented new facts in law, specifically, or misrepresented, facts in law, specifically claiming that Black Hills omits that there are broad filings in support of higher targets for 2035. In addition, they object to Black Hills and other agency RRR filings with regard to paragraph 62, arguing that the statement has more importance than Black Hill contends for a number of reasons, and object to the sister agency's claim that the Commission relied exclusively on the Colorado's statewide emission reduction goals. There was also a response from Black Hills filed to the late motion, noting that reply is an inappropriate attempt to relitigate issues raised in the rulemaking, and that the motion fails to demonstrate any material misrepresentation of fact, such that the Commission should disregard the motion. I'm prepared to make a recommendation on this first decision point for the Commission.
That'd be great.
So we do recommend denying the motion in this instance. The motion fails here to show good cause as to why it was late filed, other than a general statement about the holiday. Even assuming that it did show good cause to be late filed, the motion fails under Rule 1506 to demonstrate material misrepresentations such that the Commission should include an otherwise prohibited reply to RRR. The Commission is aware of the record and can review which parties supported the 41% target. Black Hills' general statement does not rise to a mischaracterization needing reply. Further, no reply is necessary with regard to the RRR arguments regarding paragraph 62, arguing the joint filer's interpretation of the Commission's own decision. We recommend denying this late filed reply and maintaining that late filings and reply to RRR must be fully justified, which they were not here.
Commissioner Plant,
I agree.
Commissioner Goman,
Also agree.
as do I.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to Mr. Davis.
So let's start with the RRR directed at the 2035 goal. CEO and CDPHE remain concerned that a 41% target for 2035 is overly ambitious. They suggest that if the Commission accepts that the statewide 100% GHG reduction goal for 2050 is in fact a net zero target for Colorado's economy as a whole, it can now set in this rulemaking the 2035 target to, quote, a more realistic yet still ambitious 31 target proffered by the agencies. They reiterate that the Commission has the ability to consider cost, feasibility, and availability of technology in setting the 2035 target. They then summarize their support for the 31% target as set forth in their written and oral comments in the rulemaking. They conclude in the RRR that setting a target that's overly ambitious and very likely unachievable today could create a situation in which the state as a whole is off track to meet its emission reduction targets in 2050. In its RRR, Black Hills argues that the 2035 target of 41% is undersupported in this rulemaking. It argues that setting a single sector's 2035 target in advance of other sectors' trajectories heightens the need for a rigorous allocation method. However, Black Hills concludes that the record for this rulemaking lacks the rigor and support for establishing any target, particularly one above the last target set by the General Assembly, or the 22% for 2030. Black Hills further argues that while the Commission explains in the rule decision that achievability, cost caps, and rate impacts will be adjudicated later in individual utility clean heat plan proceedings, those cases cannot overcome the foundational sector allocation issue here, which requires a 2035 target set in line with other sector contributions. While those two RRRs address the level of the target for 2035, CEO and CDPHE further recommend that the Commission reconsider and adopt a process to update the 2035 target later this decade. They restate their general guidance that gas utilities need time to implement their emission reduction strategies. The Commission needs time to understand the impacts of clean heat plans and other efforts to reduce emissions, and in particular, the pace of customers transitioning to electric heating. They thus repeat their suggestion that the Commission revisit the establishment of this 2035 goal in 2029 through a future rulemaking. So the two decision points here are, should the Commission modify the 2035 target of 41%, either to 31% as requested by CEO and CDPHE, or an even lower amount as suggested by Black Hills, and should the Commission signal openness to an interim rulemaking to revisit the 2035 target as requested by CEO and CDPHE.
Well, maybe I'll go first. I dissented from the initial order to set the 41% target, and I continue to believe that we should rely on CDPHE and CEO guidance to set the targets at 31%. I think these state agencies have more expertise and experience to better sort through the legal, political, technological, and economic issues compared to the PUC, and I find their arguments convincing. I also continue to agree with them that the 41% target seems overly ambitious and likely not realistically achievable given concerns about cost and other factors that influence the uptake rate by residential and commercial customers. As the state agencies outlined in their RRR, I think the lower 31% target also better reflects the limitations on factors that are under the immediate control of the utilities and the long-term planning horizons needed to develop the required infrastructure. Finally, if the trend toward partial electrification continues, then it seems like the number of customers necessary to reach the 41% target becomes unrealistically large. So I agree with the state agencies, and I'd adopt the lower 31% target in these rules. And I also agree with the state agencies that we should signal an openness to an interim rulemaking to revisit the 2035 target, perhaps sometime in 2029. Commissioner Plant, where are you at?
Thanks. And Mr. Davis, we're going to take up the 2050 issue.
That's separate.
Separate. Okay.
Yeah, we will pick it up, but I'll.
Yeah, I didn't know if that we were taking that one up separately. Yeah, so I think that the positions here have been a little bit muddied with some misinformation. I just want to clarify that when we set a target for 2035, that doesn't have any impact on rates. It doesn't have any impact on rates today. It doesn't have impact on rates in the future. What it does is it instructs the types of portfolios, or what the target of one of many portfolios that will be submitted, in this case in 2030, to the commission. In 2030, they'll have one portfolio that meets the 2035 goal regardless of the cost, another portfolio that's the greatest achievable under a cost cap of 2.5%. And then there can be multiple other portfolios that are preferred portfolios from the utility or from interveners. And the commission will consider all of those various different portfolios and determine what's in the best public interest at that time. Again, that proceeding will take place in 2030. So for the folks who have been saying, you set a target here, it's going to raise our rates, that's just not true. It sets the criteria for the portfolios that will be submitted in 2030 for the 2035 target.
Can I ask you a question about that before you move on? I'm not sure I followed that. If we set a high target in 2035, in the next clean heat plan, we're likely to spend more money and be more aggressive to hit the higher target. So I'm not sure I follow why you think once we set that higher target, it's gonna require more money to hit that target, isn't it? In every clean heat plan that's subsequently filed, because that'll be binding. We'll be bound by that unless we waive it in the individual adjudication. So I'm not sure I'm following you.
Yeah, the clean heat plan has a planning horizon of 5 years. So until 2030, you're not delivering a plan portfolio that achieves the 2035 target because you're outside of the planning horizon.
But aren't we going to be on a steeper trajectory?
Well, I mean, I don't know that there's an intermediate linear trajectory, Mr. Davis, that's applied. I think we have a 2030 target, and then we have a 2035 target. The 2035 target wouldn't be a part of a submitted portfolio until it's within the planning period of the clean heat plan. Isn't that correct?
I think that's my understanding as well. The last matter we just talked about was the filing of the clean heat plan, and that would be done in 2026. And if it's 5 years from then, it will go out to 2031, not to 2035.
Right.
And the statutory goal for 2030 is 22%.
Yeah,
that's helpful. Thanks for clarifying your thinking on that. I wasn't following.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I think there's been a lot of information that if we set this goal at 41% in 2035, immediately everybody's rates are going to go. That's absolutely not true. The reason I would my position would be to stick with the 41%. And the reason being that we don't know what the technologies are going to be between 2030 and 2035. We don't know what the costs of those technologies are going to be, and we don't know what the uptake of those technologies are going to be, not to mention the other aspects of the federal environment and all those sorts of things in terms of where we are on uptake. We have from the legislature a guideline for the calculation, which CDPHE did, and that calculation came to 41%. I think that the reasoning that CEO gave to try and to drop that down to 31 is that they don't today see how they get to that number, which I grant them. Today, I don't know how they get to that number either, but we're not talking about today, we're talking about 10 years from now. And I think to presume that we're going to be dealing with the same technologies and the same costs and the same uptake of those technologies 5 to 10 years from now is just not realistic. And as I said, it doesn't hardwire in that they have to achieve that at any cost. It's just that that would be one of the portfolios that's submitted to the commission in 2030 to achieve that goal in 2035. So I would support maintaining the 41%. I would also, though, support allowing the consideration of another rulemaking closer to the time of the 2030, which would be within that 5-year horizon, so that they can start to consider what are the current technologies, what are the current costs, and incorporate those into a modification if a future commission decided that that was appropriate.
Commissioner Gilman?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we're on triple R here, but the evidence really remains, and in my view, continues to support our prior determination that was made off of the only analytical evidence in this record, that is responsive to the statutory language, which requires this commission to, quote, ensure that the gas distribution utilities greenhouse gas emissions will be in line with the residential, commercial, and industrial sectors' contribution to statewide greenhouse gas pollution. And while I certainly appreciate and understand the interest in the feasibility and costs associated with compliance, that interest is simply mistimed, kind of as Commissioner Plant pointed out here. That's not an aspect identified by the statute as something that goes into setting the target itself. The target is simply a target, and the statutory language here is pretty simple and unambiguous, and actually doesn't leave much room in my reading for maneuvering by the commission off of what they set as essentially the one criteria to set the 2035 target. Where the commission does have great discretion is, and not only has the opportunity, but in fact the obligation to actually consider all of these aspects, will be in determining what actual plans the utilities move forward with once they're within that planning horizon. And we will have to determine what is in the public interest at that point in time based on the specifics of the actual utility situation. That's a determination made with each specific plan filed by each specific utility, which can consider case-specific information, what's achievable for that particular utility, what cost is reasonable for its customers, the cost effectiveness of different technologies in the portfolio, and the impacts and options for the customers, as well as the evaluation of investments in alternative gaseous fuels as a strategy and other details. Upon the filing of an actual plan for compliance, the commission actually must assess if the plan is in the public interest, which entirely takes into account the many features that commenters are interested in the commission considering, including the core issue of if the plan will come at a reasonable cost to customers, whether it ensures system reliability, and if we have the technological means to get there, among other factors. These important components haven't been discounted or ignored in determining a target at this point, but they will be fully considered as part of the plan process, which is what actually puts numbers and technologies to aiming at a specific target. And no plan for compliance can go forward without a showing that it comes at a reasonable cost to consumers. That is one of our main criteria that will be assessed when we review the plans. Further, the legislation lays out a cost cap and specific considerations that must be taken if the commission approves costs that would go above the cost cap. So There really does seem to me to be a sincere misunderstanding of the process that's laid out by the legislation, how it's operationalized here, and when those costs and feasibility are actually considered. By setting the target today, this in no way authorizes unlimited or actually any funds to achieve these targets. That's reserved for those plan filings that are utility specific. Nor does our determination today provide any direction, any directive on existing mechanical systems. There's no directive here to require removal of existing devices. I think there's just a lot of misinformation out there, and just want to be sure people are clear on that. The commission did decline to accept more stringent targets that were advanced in this proceeding. We also declined to set by rule targets further into the future for deeper cuts, and declined to set a limit or disallow the use of recovered methane, leaving as a means to comply injection of other alternative gaseous fuels as one of the clean heat resources on the table. So with regard to future rulemaking, of course, I think this is an area developing pretty quickly. If conditions or data changes, abilities change, costs of a lot of these technologies change, the commission certainly has the ability to reevaluate this or any of its rules. And I think the commission at that time could certainly make that determination if that's something they deem to be appropriate to reevaluate this.
So I guess, Mr. Davis, it sounds like there's a 2-1 decision to keep the 41%. I'll send you some brief language for a dissent. It sounds like all three of us are open to interim rulemaking sometime maybe toward the 2029 to revisit the 2035 targets. And it's a 3-0 vote in support of the clarifications Commissioner Plant and Commissioner Gilman made about what the impact of the target is, particularly on costs and rates. So I think this will be, I know we still have 2 more issues, but and this will be a TBC decision. So does that give you what you need on these 2 issues? And I'll just check and see if Commissioner Gilman or Commissioner Plant would say it different. So Mr. Davis, does that give you what you need?
Yes, it does, and I think Commissioners Plant and Gilman agree.
It looks like it. You want to go to the 2050
Sure.
target?
Yeah, so let's turn to the RRR directed at the rules decisions discussion of emissions reductions for 2050. In their joint RRR, CEO and CDPHE acknowledged that in the rules decision, the commission relied on section 25.7.1022G that describes the 2050 goal as 100% by 2050. But they go on to argue that more recent statutes support the position that the statewide goal should be understood as a net zero goal for all sectors of the Colorado economy combined. Black Hills objects to paragraph 62 of the rules decision. It argues that the paragraph is not essential to the decision, it carries no binding effect, and it risks creating legal ambiguity, undermining procedural integrity, and exposing the commission to unnecessary litigation. Black Hills thus asks that paragraph 62 of the rules decision be stricken. In contrast, the conservation advocates again asked the commission to reconsider and adopt a rule setting a 2050 goal of 0 greenhouse gas emissions from fuels delivered to residential and commercial customers. They argue that the record in this rulemaking is more than sufficient to allow the commission to adopt a 2050 target. They further warn that without a 2050 clean heat target established by rule, the gas utilities will continue long-term planning of their systems in a manner that does not align with Colorado's goals to reduce climate pollution. And along those lines, if the commission does not adopt a 2050 target by rule in this rulemaking, they ask the commission to clarify that the rules decision, quote, provides the commission's clear expectation that the 2050 economy-wide target will be accounted for by utilities and reflected in planning in all future utility clean heat plans and gas infrastructure plans. So the decision point for you on this is, should the commission further modify the rules decision related to the 2050 target?
Yeah, for me, I'd either strike the last sentence in paragraph 62 or stay quiet on this issue, sort of following the lead of the state agencies. I'd be okay setting the statewide 2050 target as a net zero goal. Um, I also think it's probably premature given that future rulemaking will address the targets past 2035. More broadly, I think the role of this agency is to provide incentives for customers that voluntarily choose to adopt beneficial electrification technologies favored by the legislature and to support the associated utility programs. Going further seems a bit much to me. So I would follow the lead of the state agencies, Commissioner Plant.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that anytime there's 100%, it's looked at as a mandate for zero, and it was a planning target. I think that the commission was trying to align with the state law, and as it turns out, we were a little bit off in our alignment with state law because state law is actually net zero, which accounts for, specifically, difficult to electrify or difficult industries to move to zero, and allows for emissions reductions in other sectors to be accounted to reduce those emissions that are allocated to that sector. And so it's a little bit more complex than I think we maybe had implied, although I think our language in the decision was really just a planning goal and not a requirement. So I would support doing the net zero. My hope is that there will be at some point some sort of a market-based emissions trading thing. We've talked about this in the past because we deal with multiple electric utilities that overlay with multiple different gas utilities, and it's really difficult when you have these various different sectors that are doing their own measurements to allocate one to another if you don't have some sort of a mechanism for doing that. But right now we don't. So yeah, I'm happy to change that to be more specifically aligned with state statute, which is net zero goal. If it's a distraction, I don't think I would be happy taking it out too. But probably my first inclination would be just to reflect state statute, which is a net zero goal.
Commissioner Gomez?
Yeah, I also am fine with making the clarification that CEO and CDPG suggest here regarding the nature of it as a net zero goal. I think what's hard is given our prior discussion about kind of the planning horizons of the clean heat tools and strategies, we're also continuing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars a year in new gas infrastructure, which will be paid off for 60 years. So I think one of the things that really led to really just like a reiteration of what is already in state statute is like that we have to somehow simultaneously also consider that in the system planning, so that we don't basically overinvest in what could be stranded assets, which carry a massive risk for customers on the system. And so I think instead of being a directive about exactly what this would mean for specific customers in 2050, which I think some people tried to kind of convince people that was, what it is really the commission does need some longer term planning tools to ensure that we are helping to financially plan the system for the longer term. We're planning some of the programs within a single digit number of years, but every pipe that goes in the ground is expected to be paid off for something like 60 years. So it's very important for us in looking at the long-term economic health of the utilities, of the system as a whole. And keep in mind, this is a system that you do have to continue to invest significant money and to maintain the safety of, to ensure that we're viewing this through a longer term lens. We've already determined that that shouldn't be through a rule, and that's fine. But that's why the commission, I think, was interested initially in at least understanding or, you know, linking. There are other kind of statutory considerations for understanding what the future looks like in some context. Do we know precisely how that net zero goal comes down for the natural gas sector? At this point, we do not. But clearly, that is a big change from where we are today, and important for us to take into account in the long-term system planning. And I think that was really the intention, to ensure we're looking out in the long run for the economic health of the system here. So that's simply hopefully a helpful explanation on
Yeah, and I'd like to see it in the order. I think that's a really important point about the amortization of the existing dollars that we're spending today. And in other contexts, I wouldn't mind talking about shortening that depreciation, but that's not here, not now. But I think that's important context. Mr. Davis, last issue.
Okay. The last issue then is back to the recovered methane. The conservation advocates asked the commission to adopt a rule that caps the use of recovered methane in clean heat plants at 5% of total emissions. They argue that the record establishes that recovered methane is not cost effective or expected to be available in quantities that approach, let alone exceed, 5% of gas utilities' baseline emissions by 2035. They go on to suggest that a 5% cap will still leave room for the recovered methane market to develop in Colorado, and will allow the commission to revisit the cap for future years in that later rulemaking. A 5% cap for 2035, according to the conservation advocates, will guard against unreasonable proposals that waste limited utility, stakeholder, and commission resources in clean heat plan proceedings. They further complain that the rules decision fails to capture this last notion, consistent with the commissioner's oral deliberations when it adopted the rules decision. They go on to suggest that if the commission is not inclined to adopt a rule that caps the use of recovered methane, as an alternative, the commission in its decision on RRR should state that, one, no cost-effective recovered methane proposals have been submitted in clean heat plans to date. Two, unrealistic recovered methane proposals can undermine effective clean heat plan proceedings. Three, gas utilities are responsible for avoiding the harms of unrealistic recovered methane proposals that are not based on identified available sources of recovered methane. And four, the commission may deny recovery of litigation expenses related to unrealistic recovered methane proposals as an exercise of its discretion to set just and reasonable rates. So this last decision point is, should the commission adopt a rule capping the use of recovered methane?
Commissioner Plant?
I didn't know if we wanted to get a recommendation or.
Yeah, I'm happy. I mean, I'd probably just stick with our original decision and not seek to cap recovered methane. But if you have a brief recommendation, Mr. Davis.
I'm okay with that. I agree with that.
All right, Commissioner Gilman.
Yeah, I'm fine with our original rules. So to that extent, I would deny the RRR here. I will concede the point in their RRR that we discussed, the concern in not capping it. You know, I think the interest in leaving it uncapped is really being able to see if this market will develop and provide cost-effective resources here. And I think that's a sincere interest, which is why the commission made that decision. But I did express in our original deliberation, my only apprehension there was that with leaving it uncapped, we could see really unrealistic proposals. As they point out, we do have yet to see cost-effective recovered methane in a plan. We've only litigated one each. But that, you know, we did run the risk of wasting some litigation resources here if we're seeing unrealistic proposals. I don't disagree with anything in the 4 points that they provided. I'll leave it up to you all if those need to go in the decision or not. But certainly I do agree with their point that the commission can deny cost recovery of litigation expenses if utilities are coming forth with really unsupported portions of their plans moving forward. So I think that is accurate, and I do think it's accurate. We discussed it and didn't put it in the decision.
All right, so it sounds like there's a 3-0 vote not to cap methane in the rules, and it sounds like I'd be okay putting a little bit of language in the order saying, I mean, we might as well say a positive that we want to see realistic proposals on recovered methane that approach cost effectiveness, which we maybe haven't seen to date. So something like that, I'd be fine in the order. Would that work for you, Commissioner Plan?
Yep.
Does that give you what you need, Mr. Davis, for a TBC decision?
Yes, it does. The deadline for the written decision is the 21st. So we will endeavor to get you a draft decision as soon as we can.
And just so you know, I sent you my script. So if you could just incorporate that as a dissent and get the dissent as part of the original decision, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Proceeding number 23A-0633G, Mr. Mendelson, Ms. Dundas, Black Hills Clean Heat Plan. Bring us home 5 hours, 4 hours after starting.
All righty. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Mike Mendelson of your advisory team, joined by Ms. Dundas of Commission Counsel. As quick background, Black Hills Colorado Gas filed its clean heat plan on December 31, 2023. The company, UCA CEO, and PUC staff came to a first settlement agreement, which included a 2.5% cost cap, a thermal pilot program, DSM, advanced monitoring, leak detection, renewable natural gas, and a small BE program for the Rocky Ford neighborhood, where 1% of Black Hills customers also takes electric service from the company's electric delivery affiliate, Black Hills Colorado Electric. SWEEP opposed the first settlement, but it was approved by an ALJ in decision number R240784. SWEEP then filed exceptions to the commission, arguing the settlement allowed emissions to continue to rise and inappropriately avoided the opportunity to reduce emissions through BE implementation. The commission generally agreed, and through decision C-250091 required broader offering of BE incentives across all Black Hills gas customer base. The commission also limited DSM expenditures under the CHP to envelope and weatherization measures, thus eliminating rebates of gas equipment that were deemed to lock in long-term gas usage and place certain guardrails surrounding RNG and AMLD reporting. Otherwise, the commission approved the settlement's budget based on a 2.5% rate impact cap. However, the company found the commission's ruling in C-250091 objectionable and retracted its commitment to the first settlement of its RRR filing. The case was set for rehearing, and just prior to those hearings, the parties to the first settlement submitted a second settlement on October 14, 2025. The second settlement is very similar to the first one, except it limits the time frame to only 26 and 2027, shortened from 2025 to 2027, with a proportional budget of $12.4 million or about $6.2 million per year on average. It also shifts $300,000 from RNG to an electrification study to, quote, analyze the conditions under which whole home and beneficial electrification or of individual appliances might be cost effective. The settlement specifies the company that the electrification study will use publicly available third-party neutral data for all inputs and assumptions, cite all sources of such data, and provide executable spreadsheets so that interveners in the commission may evaluate and iterate on the company's assumptions. The second settlement also requires the company to file its next CHP in 2027 and to conduct 2 additional scenarios in its CHP submission and to explain the impact of upgraded building codes and standards include thermal energy and BE in its next portfolio modeling, and clearly identify how its cost effectiveness analysis complies with Commission gas rules. So with that, I'll take you through the decision matrix. And the first item for your consideration is overall, does the commission wish to approve or reject the second settlement? Or should the commission review it on a piece-by-piece basis? Quickly, I'll explain that the settling parties suggest the second settlement is good enough for now, and with the added electrification study will help answer key questions to go forward. They also note that the CHP implementation period is only 2 years, and BH will file its next CHP in 2027. Black Hills makes 3 arguments of why the commission cannot force them to do more BE. One, that the statute only allows use of clean heat resources and does not require them. 2, that wide-scale BE represents a violation of the Fifth Amendment's takings clause. And 3, BE investments are not clearly cost-effective, and SWEEP's analysis to the contrary is flawed. SWEEP argues the second settlement does essentially nothing, fails to respond to commission concerns associated with the first settlement, and simply kicks the can down the road. SWEEP contends their analysis of BE indicated clear cost effectiveness and that the budget should be substantially larger and focus solely on DSM and BE, thus eliminating expenditures on AMLD and RNG. I'll pause here for your discussion, or can answer any questions or provide a recommendation. You're on mute.
Commissioner Plant, what would you like to do?
Well, I'll tell you, this has been an entirely unsatisfying proceeding.
Because the second settlement ignored us completely.
Everybody ignored us pretty much.
Yeah.
It was, I mean, what we said about the first settlement was that we wanted to limit to weatherization measures. We wanted to include BE, and we wanted to stay within the cost cap. And we saw nothing presented in evidence that did those 3 things. And so, we're left with, really an untenable situation. I think that, frankly, Black Hills is trying to make some arguments here that they can't possibly do BE for a variety of different reasons that really don't hold up. Their ability to earn a return isn't determined in this kind of a proceeding. It's determined in a rate case, and so their Fifth Amendment sort of argument falls flat. I think that what the electrification study could accomplish is a resolution of the beneficial nature of electrification in the various different electrical utility service territories that overlay their service territories. And so I would be inclined to approve the study. I would be, I would really give it a very short time period for conducting that study and then make it a part of the next CHP, which, I would say should be filed in early 2027 so that it can be going into effect by 2028, which would be, after the end of this time period. I looked at their DSM plan that they just had approved, and it's incredibly disappointing as it relates to envelope efficiency measures. I mean, out of 4,471 measures in 2026, 1% of them, are like 56, were associated with envelope efficiency. I mean, clearly they're not all that keen on doing both beneficial electrification and energy efficiency on the envelope of a building. And what that points me to, frankly, is the real need to start looking towards third-party administration of these kinds of programs, because they're just not going to happen. And you know, like us to have a conversation around how we get there, because this is just a sort of a continuous head beating against the wall situation. But I'd love to hear what your guys' take was on this whole thing.
Let me just ask Mr. Mendelson a question. Wasn't there a sweep proposal? I forget if it was at hearing or in the answer testimony or in the triple R to do a third-party bidding process, or hire a third party? Isn't there evidence in this record about a way to do that?
There is, and I'll dig it out so I can clearly respond to that. But yes, they did bring up the issue. I don't know if they had a lot of specificity in their proposal, but clearly did open up that discussion.
So what's the proposal? Deny everything and just spend the money on the third party? I don't think that's what Sweep asked for, but we can look at that. Commissioner Gilman, let's hear from Commissioner Gilman before we hear before you next, and then we'll come back to you, Ms. Dundas. Go ahead, Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go.
Oh, I always want to hear from Ms. Dundas.
All right.
I was just gonna phone a friend on the record of what Sweep requested. It wasn't actually illegal. Anything from council.
Oh, so you're the friend?
Some days to Mr. Mendelson, others not. But, just in Sweep's SOP, they support the commission directing Black Hills to work with stakeholders to develop an RFP to procure third-party administration of its BE programs. In Brandt's testimony, he outlines that the company would be required to develop a draft RFP, then take comments from stakeholders in this proceeding, with a goal to file a draft RFP with the commission 90 days after final order. Commission would take comments on the RFP. The company would then issue the RFP with the goal of having a third-party administrator begin providing BE incentives by January 1, 2026. Obviously, we are well past that. But just a reminder that Sweep's also proposing a fairly large BE budget. So they're, I believe, 18% administrative costs that they built into that budget, I presume is what would be the funding for that.
I see. Yeah, I'm not going to do that, I don't think. Commissioner Gilman, anywhere you'd like to go.
Thanks for the details, Ms. Dundas. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I think that fairly probably the first question here is with regard to the second settlement, and then probably addressing each of the aspects of their plan individually. With regard to the second settlement, I generally agree. I think the commission was pretty explicit about our concerns and really the statutory test that we were applying in determining whether CHP serves the public interest, which we did not feel in the first case it satisfied going unmodified, and I think we are back there as this proposal is quite similar to the previous. So I think to me the second settlement is not acceptable either. I think we'll have to figure out, which parts and pieces of the plan are salvageable at this point. I'm happy to go through those individually, I guess, if that's where we're going.
Sure.
I mean, if I want to point out one thing, I just you were talking about, I think Ms. Dundas was talking about 18% administration, going to a third party administrator. And in looking at, I mean, this isn't a full evaluation of their plan in any way, but they, on page 26 of their DSMSI plan, they have incentives at $209 $1,687, administration at $85,661, which is 41%. So, again, I not only do I think we could do it better through a third party, we could do it a lot cheaper through a third party.
Where are you? Are you prepared to reject the settlement agreement? When listening to you, Commissioner Plan, I sort of heard some exhaustion, and you were just ready to be done with it and approve the settlement agreement. So
No, I'm not at all ready to approve the settlement
okay.
agreement. I think
That's all right.
they completely threw out everything that we said.
All right. Well, it's 2 p.m. You want to just go through your list of things that you would like to see changed, Commissioner Gelman?
Sure. And what do you think? We'll take it up again at another meeting? Like,
I don't know. Depends what you want to see
I don't think
changed.
there's a precise deadline we're trying to hit
We're
here.
so far past whatever
It's
deadline there
been
is.
a
It's such a
marathon. I guess I'll express some of my thoughts and concerns on a few of the aspects going through, maybe in order kind of of their budget. So the first with regard to DSM, and this would essentially be kind of supplemental DSM funding to their DSM plan for all basically gas appliances or gas heated homes to make it applicable to the clean heat. I maintain a really sincere concern here that it is unknown what amount of the equipment incentives are going for like replacement, but we are now well into the full expected lifetime of equipment, and then some that high efficiency equipment has been rather standard in construction. So there certainly is the prospect that we are paying for like replacement, not just paying for it, but then falsely accounting for some greenhouse gas benefit for such a replacement.
and maybe lost revenues.
Correct. On the DSM side of things, you're correct. So, the company here did state in the hearing that it would be fairly easy to track this. I'm not quite sure what they have in mind in terms of the rigor of actually verifying or tracking this. But I am somewhat concerned about the company's ability to do so, and why they wouldn't, frankly, have already made this change, which just seems like a prudent use of DSM funding if it were so easy. So I do remain pretty concerned about that on DSM in terms of not real savings.
So you're thinking something in the order of saying just these funds can't be used for like replacement.
Yeah, if we go forth with additional DSM funding, which is I think something we can discuss more fully, that would be one of my primary concerns. The second is,
and we should say that for DSM too, not just here.
I agree, but unfortunately, a fairly
All
new
right.
plan in effect there. The other with regard to DSM is the envelope measures. I agree with Commissioner Plant. The one thing that is agnostic as to fuel supply is envelope measures, which tend to be quite helpful. Part of my issue here is, especially in going through these at hearing and studying these in terms of what's in the company's plan and their plan going forward, is I do believe we should only be incentivizing envelope measures for new construction when it can be clearly demonstrated they're above code requirements. We are at least one or two iterations into the International Energy Code past some of the thresholds for rebates that they are providing to new construction. Certainly with regard to existing construction, generally not applicable. Any upgrade is helpful and likely results in actual greenhouse gas savings. But to the extent that we're providing here as part of this plan, DSM funding for envelope measures for new construction that does not even exceed code requirements in a jurisdiction, that would not be a worthwhile expenditure here. So with regard to DSM, those are my two primary concerns, is that there could be a fairly wide swath, honestly, of this spending that is not necessarily going to any actual cleanup.
So that seems easy to me. We just have language of saying, like for like, you can't use this money to do that, to use this money for new construction envelope measures, it has to be above code. So it's just put those two things in the order.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, we might elaborate a bit in the order with regard to the tracking systems or stringency that we expect the utility to have in verifying such. They were non-specific, I guess I would say, in the hearing with regard to what they understand or how they track local code requirements. They overlap a lot of jurisdictions. I acknowledge that.
No.
But there are some fairly predominant code versions that are being used, and there just did not necessarily seem to be any sort of actual tracking going on to ensure that the money that's being spent is.
All right, so maybe we reference some model code or something. I'm fine. I'm prepared to vote on that now. I totally support adding both those things to the order. Commissioner Plant, you okay with those two things?
Well, I mean, in concept, yeah, I just don't think we've talked about what kind of a budget we
Well, Commissioner Gilman's got to get through all her changes, so keep going.
I don't even go first anymore. No, I mean, those are my main concerns with regard to the DSM. I'm happy to talk through budget. Frankly, it is a little hard to know what those two changes would have in terms of practical impact on the budget. I don't know what portion of DSM spending right now is going to two of those main concern areas. I have a hunch it's a lot, but I don't really understand the proportion there. That's not something that we have.
So I suppose we could just leave the budget where it is, but just forbid what they could actually spend on like for like, without having to try and redo a budget. So what do you think of that?
Not ideal, but yeah, I mean, I'd like to see.
We're long past
I would
ideal.
like to see them spend more money and plus up their incentives on envelope efficiency measures. You know, and we could include that in our order. I lack a great deal of confidence in the company accomplishing the kinds of things that we want to accomplish.
Why don't you get everything out on the table, Commissioner Gilman, and then we'll see if we can pull it together.
Okay, that was those were my DSM thoughts. So I don't know if you wanted to do anything more DSM before moving on to other line item.
Mr. Middleton, any advice?
I mean, I'm not sure we have to set a budget right here and now. We can probably talk about all of the issues and then come back to that.
If I could bring us back to the decision matrix.
Yeah, please. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, no problem. So on the first vote, I believe we had a 3-0 vote to reject the second settlement. Is that right? Or at least where it currently lands. Okay. Then the second line item was on DSM, and the basic question is, does the commission wish to establish any DSM budget incremental to that approved by the DSM SI proceeding? And Commissioner Gilman outlines a couple of key conditions for any additional DSM budget, but we haven't set a budget yet. Correct? Okay, so And I mean, this is something we could bring back specifically to try to figure out a budget, or we could adopt what was in the second settlement as our DSM budget.
Do you have a proposal on the DSM budget, Commissioner Gilman?
I do not. I think we're gonna have to look at this as a package. I mean, I think the main question now is what's in front of us salvageable to modify into, you know, a plan moving forward. But it's probably looking at all aspects of that plan together, honestly. But no, I don't have a specific proposal.
All right, want to keep us moving, Mr. Mendelson?
Sure.
I have a hard stop at 3.
Okay, the next line item is on beneficial electrification, and there's kind of 3 prompts. One is on implementation. Does the commission wish to require BE, as it did in its prior decision C250091? On evaluation, does the commission approve further information gathering through the electrification study? And the third point on BE would be the pilot. Does the commission approve or require the Rocky Ford pilot? Just a couple of quick notes. As noted above, Black Hills raised 3 arguments as to why BE is not applicable to them. And that is, the Colorado statute does not require them to. It violates the takings clause, and it's not cost effective. In its direct case, the company explained that Black Hills Colorado Electric filed a BE plan in proceeding 22A0304E, which resulted in an unopposed comprehensive settlement for that case. As part of that settlement, the parties agreed to a whole home electrification pilot. So that's kind of the genesis of the Rocky Ford pilot, is really through the electric company.
Well, what on, I just, Commissioner Gilman, I'll violate my, why don't we hear from you first on those 3 issues?
Yeah, I guess first with regard to kind of what's shown in the record here, I did find that the analysis provided by SWEEP was more credible than that was provided by the company with regard to the cost effectiveness of BE. It appeared to largely use reasonable, publicly available, and transparent data for the calculations. And I think it's reasonable to conclude that SWEEP has demonstrated that BE is a cost-effective clean heat resource here. The company had some seriously problematic assumptions, and as well as survey that appeared to have some serious challenges that could impact their view of adoption assumptions. With regard to that, I think we can make the conclusion based on this record that BE is cost effective. Part of the real struggle here is at the same time, SWEEP's proposed a budget that the commission's essentially already said we will not support. We would like to be much closer, if not at the cost cap. And so that leaves a very wide gap in terms of understanding what we actually do with the information, you know, if we do conclude that BE is cost effective based on SWEEP's analysis. You know, we do have within the record here the Rocky Ford electrification pilot, which I think we got a pretty clear understanding of the hearing. There's no actual incentive money coming from Black Hills. Rather just some marketing, essentially. The actual incentive money would come through CEO and kind of other means that's not like specific to only being offered in Rocky Ford. We also have the electrification study here, kind of also in the electrification realm. You know, I understand the electrification study is one of the things that really appeared to win over some of the settling parties. You know, I remained really quite unclear on the scope of the study. The company themselves lay out several concerns with electrification that do not appear to be considered to be part of that study, or we have no kind of assurance are planned to be part of that study, like the overlapping electric areas Commissioner Plant pointed out, and some of those other technical aspects. It's not clear to me at all that that is planned to be a core part of what actually is studied. Additionally, some of the settling parties point to different virtues of that study, but it's certainly not clear from the settlement agreement itself if those aspects will actually be there. So I have some scoping concerns with what actually will be studied, and then how, like, what sort of process will revolve around the inputs to that study. I think I have pretty serious concerns after seeing this proceeding in terms of what inputs Black Hills would choose to go into that study, which may risk not rendering it reliable and not a good use of ratepayer funds. So also just have concerns on how that's done, how the inputs are set, if there's any stakeholder process around that, so we can ensure that the actual results of it are impartial and reliable enough to be worth the ratepayer funding and be useful in future proceedings. So mostly thoughts more than a conclusion, but interested to hear what your thoughts are on all of it.
Commissioner Plant.
Yeah. It's a little confusing because Black Hills simultaneously says we should do an electrification study and also we can't do electrification. So it is, you know, unless we're, you know, resolved to try and address, you know, some real core questions that we need to get resolved for the next clean heat plan. I think that those would need to be specified as a part of this electrification study. I think that the assumption is that if you're going to do a study on electrification, then there is an assumption that you can do electrification. And so, I mean, to me, if we were going to do this electrification study, that would be the first presumption. The second would be an objective to address the concern that that Black Hills raised, in that there's some sort of a different level of beneficial emission reductions depending on which electric utility we're talking about. I agree with you. I think Sweep, you know, presented some good blanket calculations. Whether or not we need specific calculations, I think they would be good to have and good to have resolved prior to the next CHP. But that being said, I think there would need to be some real guardrails around the scoping, the contracting, and the final approval of the report that would need to involve all of the stakeholders. I don't think we could just sort of hand it off to the company to do.
I guess I feel like we have multi-billion-dollar issues in front of us. And I don't disagree with anything you said, Commissioner Gilman, but we got to get to an order. I mean, this is a $300,000 study, and we're trying to fix it with all three commissioners on a really bad record. So somehow we just got to get to an order. So I don't disagree with any of your concerns, but what's our path forward? We just got to be done with this. We've had this in front of us for a year. And so can you help us get to an order?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of concerns about the scope and ability of the electrification study to answer the key questions. Given a determination, you know, if we have a determination that Sweep's analysis shows to be cost effective, we could repurpose the electrification study money into either boosting the Rocky Ford pilot or something additional to provide actual real world experience rather than, at least as I understand it now, to potentially be a rather theoretical study that may or may not produce any new information at all in the realm of understanding electrification. So that was one thought I had, is perhaps getting real on the ground experience is better than nothing and is better than a study with a very unclear scope and responsibility. Now, with $300,000, can you really afford to do a third-party administration, as you discussed? Probably not. The cart's probably too big for the horse on that one. And so I'm not sure that gets you to a meaningful enough size to be able to pilot anything that would.
But could you do an RFP process for that?
As Sweep suggests, I mean, maybe, but I'm just not sure on such a small budget, right? If just repurposing that budget alone would be a big enough program to actually get interest to do that. So that was one of the thoughts that I had. But I don't know. I think part of, as I said before, I mean, we got to figure out what's really salvageable here to modify and what's not. I agree with you. This is has been a very difficult process and a very difficult record to try to come to a reasonable solution here.
So I guess this is a sort of a more foundational question, and I'm sort of straddling the fence on this. Should we, instead of focusing on 26, 27 CHP, should we focus on 28 CHP and getting something that's actually workable and trying to get the things in place through the study, and so that we're prepared for 2028 to actually have an actionable CHP? Or should we, just take what we got? If we do the 6 million a year, that's the cap. Attribute those to, the different components of the budget in the way that we think is most appropriate with the constraints that you outlined, Commissioner Gilman, on DSM, and maybe include beneficial electrification as a component of that plan, not to the extent that Sweep suggested, because that's way over the cap. That seems to be the second pathway. But I think that for at least 2028's CHP, we need to have a third-party administrator, because I just don't think they can do it. I don't have a lot of confidence.
Oh, Mr. Mendelson, where do we
All right.
go? I mean,
Well-
we can go. I mean, you got 12 more pages of single space decisions that geez.
There's really not that many. But just to go through the few decisions that I just prompted, does the commission wish to require BE as it did in C-25-0091? What I'm hearing is no at this juncture. Does the commission approve further information gathering through the electrification study? I think there is general support for the electrification study if it could be further specified and clarified potentially. And does the commission approve or require the Rocky Ford pilot on the gas side? And that was not.
No, do we?
I mean, to me, the Rocky Ford pilot doesn't resolve any questions, because Black Hills is asserting that they can only do BE in that small territory. They can't be told to do BE anywhere else. So if we just say, okay, we'll do this And there are, as was pointed out, none of this is going to the actual incentives. I think it's, it's marketing, it's putting, bill inserts and things like that. I mean, if we prove that, I think that's fine, but I don't think it gets at a fundamental answering of some core issues that we need to answer for CHPs going forward.
Should I go to the next line item?
Can you draft an order based on that? I can't.
Well, I think we're going to be bringing this back, and perhaps.
Oh God.
I apologize.
Read a piece of me just wants to deny the whole thing, take all the DSM and BE money, and just hire a third party to do it. It's just so tough to do anything with a utility that doesn't want to do it. Keep going.
Alrighty. So the next item is the BEM docket. CEO suggests that an M docket should be created or opened up by the commission in order to inform the commission and stakeholders in all the relevant questions as they apply to relevant parties, rather than attempt to resolve these cross-jurisdictional issues in a proceeding that only involves one gas LDC and no electric utilities. So this M docket would be designed to evaluate the impact of BE across electric and gas entities, including those not regulated by the PC. CU says many parties made a similar suggestion in the Public Service Clean Heat Plan proceeding 23A0392 EG for the commission to open a miscellaneous proceeding in order to inform these SEAMS issues. CEO argues that many parties suggested that Black Hills has indicated it would be a willing participant in such a proceeding.
Well, can we ask CEO to lead it? That's probably what I'd do. And just ask him how we can help set it up for him. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Mendelson? Would you say that any different?
Well, I think, on a lot of these issues, as far as getting unregulated entities to engage and really participate across these SEAMS issues, yeah, I think CEO is in a better position than us. And well, we could reach out to them as part of this this decision and at least initiate discussions on if they would do so.
Does that work for you, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be an M docket then, right? It would be a CEO stakeholder process.
At least at the first juncture.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's reasonable to have a forum to have discussions about some of the cross-jurisdictional issues here. I don't see whatever it is, CEO, stakeholder group or an M docket being a forum to decide any of the major legal challenges or issues that have been brought up. So those will linger. Not sure if each of the utilities will participate. At least with regard to the M docket decision, have some significant concerns about utilities' willingness to follow those directives. So I want to make sure any effort here actually gets to some end. So I think it would have to be pretty well scoped. Like there are issues to be discussed, but there would be additional work that would have to go into ensuring it's well scoped so that there actually is a useful outcome to the effort.
Does that give you what you need?
Yeah, yes, it does. Okay, so the next item would be AMLD. Does the commission support the proposed AMLD program or whether the program needs to be cost effective? The second settlement approved $2.06 million for AMLD over the 2026 to 2027 period. Black Hills explains the program will fund vehicle-mounted, highly sensitive detection equipment that detects and quantifies methane plumes that intersect the path of the vehicle. In contrast, Black Hills explains our current leak detection capability involves labor-intensive walking surveys by specific assets with less sensitive equipment. Sweep argues that both RNG and AMLD will not help the company achieve its clean heat targets at the lowest reasonable cost. They argue that the cost per CO2 equivalent reduced is dwarf those of DSM, according to the company's own analysis, as well as BE. Sweep proposes providing funding through the Clean Heat Plan and instead supports Black Hills recovering AMLD costs in a rate case to qualify under the Clean Heat statute. Leak reductions must be cost effective and exceed state and federal requirements. While detecting and repairing methane leaks is undoubtedly important, DSM and BE are more cost effective, and Sweep remains concerned that the company's proposed program will not exceed state requirements, particularly in light of the Commission's recent recommended decision to adopt new gas pipeline safety rules.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I think I agree with Sweep on this. I think it would be, weird, at least, for us to approve of non-cost effective CHP measures and reject cost-effective CHP measures. And as they pointed out, they can seek recovery of these kind of costs through their normal course.
Commissioner Goman?
Thanks. Yeah, I do think, especially with regard to some requirements in this realm, it would be more appropriate to seek recovery through the normal course of business. There were definitely cost effectiveness struggles, which may well be able to be part of a much larger package, but we're kind of having to piece together the package here, so we don't have that to rely upon right now. Also, to me, frankly, it was unclear if the company was including a proper matching of what greenhouse gas mitigation was assumed and matching with what costs in terms of incremental versus total for each of those issues in terms of the cost to detect and repair all of the leaks. I will also mention that in statute, they indicate that recovered methane from pipe leaks should have to be cost effective. So an additional concern to be identified here. So, as a standalone item, this does not seem to me to pass the test of what would be appropriate. For Clean Heat Plan recovery, certainly the company can and is encouraged to deploy this technology in the ordinary course of business.
So I'm wondering, given where we're at, it's 2:30, if you guys want to just lay out your concerns. I don't think we're going to get through this today. And then maybe we can try and get through it next week, and maybe Mr. Mendelson, you can work with all three of us and see if you can frame this in a way that can get us in order by the end of a discussion next week. It just seems like it's swirling around. Do you have any other advice? You just want to keep going issue by issue, or?
There are just a few smaller issues remaining, honestly.
Okay, so you think we will get through it?
Well, I don't think we'll be able to solve some of the bigger issues up front that we kind of skirted past. But
okay.
But if you want to table the rest of it, and what's remaining is our renewable natural gas, TI community outreach, thermal.
All right, keep going. Like I say, I got till a little before 3.
All right. So the next issue is on RNG. Does the commission approve RNG expenditures or require the guardrails established in C25091 that spending is on a NPV basis? The second settlement sets a RNG budget of $700,000 for RNG that Black Hills may pursue as a clean heat resource beginning in 2027 RNG options. The second settlement states if BHCG successfully contracts for RNG, the settling parties agree that only the incremental cost of RNG is recoverable in the rider, while commodity costs are recoverable via the gas cost adjustment. It also requires that BHCG will adhere to the AQCC rules, recovered methane protocols, that is, and will submit specific RNG projects through the modified 90-day notice process. SWEEP objects to RNG, contending it is a high-cost resource that is added to the detriment of lower-cost resources. SWEEP notes that the company estimates that RNG has a benefit-cost ratio of just 0.45 and a carbon abatement cost of roughly just under $400 per metric ton of CO2 equivalent reduced, based on information from a single RNG producer, again, compared to a range of roughly $56 to $88 per metric ton CO2 equivalent for BE and DSM. SWEEP argues that sufficient and reliable RNG supplies are far from guaranteed, particularly given that out-of-state markets are more attractive to producers.
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I don't think I could support this just with the cost effectiveness issue.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I think there's a struggle here in such a small plan to allocate, especially the amount of money from the second settlement that was proposed on a resource that's clearly not cost effective, not within even the same realm as the other. So that is a real challenge. I mean, I say that in also trying to balance that, is there some hope you help mature a market to bring down the cost of these things? Sure. That would probably be more relevant if the costs were more reasonable to start. It's a pretty tough pill to swallow in a relatively small plan to spend so much on a really relatively non-cost effective resource.
I'm good with that. Keep going, Mr. Mendelson.
Alrighty, I'm going to skip the next one on community outreach and engagement, considering the commission hasn't made a final decision on how it wants to proceed with BE and DSM. So perhaps we could take that up after there's more clarity there. So the next issue is on the thermal pilot feasibility study. The second settlement places $380,000 aside for a thermal pilot program. It states the company should include a siting analysis of potential locations for this pilot program, which must provide a consideration of the potential direct and indirect economic benefits of the company, its customers, and direct end users, avoided fuel and gas infrastructure costs and impacts to each of those sites proposed from the development of the projects in those communities. The second settlement also states the company will file the results of the feasibility study within 30 days of completion within this proceeding. CEO in particular is supportive of the thermal pilot study and suggests it represents an opportunity for Black Hills to begin to bend the curve on emissions and can help a gas utility retain its customers and reduce emissions. Now, in the commission's first decision on the first settlement, it said, we find that certain parameters on the thermal energy study are necessary for the study to be an effective and prudent use of ratepayer funds. To that end, we require that Black Hills to coordinate with stakeholders to this proceeding to develop reasonable assumptions and appropriate scope of work and effective results so that the study produces maximum insights into the opportunity of thermal networks. We also encourage Black Hills to prioritize studying the inclusion of a project located in a DI community. So at this juncture, would the commission wish to maintain any aspect of the thermal pilot study from the second settlement, including your guidance from the first decision?
Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, I support that.
Commissioner Gilman?
Yeah, I think this could provide some useful information certainly for the next CHP. And so probably the two expectations I would lay out, this certainly sounds like a good idea, including allowing Black Hills to study kind of some other versions of heat service, but it would be my expectation that stakeholders would be involved to some degree, especially to ensure that whatever study is done here, is useful and coordinated enough to be used in the next clean heat plan, rather than us all kind of fighting over all the details of it in the next filing. And would also just point out that the timeline of that study should be crafted to align with the deadline for the next CHP filing, such that that information could be useful and kind of be brought into that proceeding as a useful input to that plan filing and help inform that. So those are kind of the two caveats I would add to just ensuring that the ratepayer money spent on this study ensures that it's as useful as possible in this effort.
I'm good with that. Going, Mr. Mendelson.
Alrighty, at this juncture, I think we should probably stop here, and Ms. Dundas and I will develop kind of a pathway, and hopefully we'll be able to finalize on the few kind of remaining items.
Yeah, if you can get us to an order, Mr. Mendelson, that'd be great.
Okay. And I mean, I think there was a lot of interest on the third party administration, and that was part of the complexity here. But I think we probably need to take that up formally. So that will definitely be part of the discussion part.
Ms. Dundas.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add to what Mr. Mendelson just said, since it sounds like there's a 3-0 vote to deny the settlement, there's some decision points related to the preceding SAN settlement, proposals from parties earlier in the proceeding that will have to be addressed. And to Mr. Mendelson's point about third-party administration, that's still, at least from my understanding of today's discussion, is of what. I didn't hear a BE budget approved. I don't know that, so we can bring back that issue, but it sounds like there was denial of a CHP portfolio here that includes recovered methane, includes advanced leak detection. I have my notes say that it's an open question whether there is a portfolio that includes DSM or BE that's going to be approved for Black Hills here. And if so, then third-party administration becomes another question.
Would you say that any different, Commissioner Gilman?
No, I think that probably accurately reflects where we are going into next week.
Commissioner Plant, you good with that summary?
Yep.
All right. Anything else on this one, Ms. Dundas, Mr. Mendelson?
No, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Mendelson. You always, it seems like you're always the one that gets us at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So.
Yeah. I don't love the last position here, but
yeah, thanks for tolerating at least me. Commissioner Plant, anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing else. Thanks.
Commissioner Gilman?
Nothing additional.
Thanks to both of you. See you next time.